working more in the test arena, the likes of Henry Arundel. And I think the other thing to note here on a day like today, having played in a few of these test matches before, a World Cup before, is the atmosphere is always different. It's like there's a joy in the atmosphere, and we aim to make sure that the performance today is one we're all very proud of.
You've got your big guns back. How close is this team to the team we're likely to see for that first game at the World Cup against Argentina?
As you know, we've got a couple of players that haven't featured yet. We've got a couple of just tweaks, so just a matter of days, likes of Tom Curry in the atmosphere. We aim to make sure that the performance today is one we're all very proud of. I think the squad's shaping really well to where we want it to be in 4 weeks' time, and that's ultimately what we're building towards. We know we're in a hard training phase right now, but ultimately we're excited about this game today. It's going to be a tough one against the good Wales team.
Yeah, tough encounter foreseen by Warren Gatland, who thought you could have been possibly playing for Wales age 14. Sam, you were good, but I'm not sure you were that good.
That's how old I look now.
I mean, you are aging terribly, Sam. But seriously, about this emotional intensity thing, Warren Gatland suggested that England could possibly match the intensity of the side that hasn't been picked, as opposed to the guys who know they're going to the World Cup. Does that have any truck with you?
I think as a Welshman come to Twickenham, it's always easy to get emotionally up for it. But the fact you've got places to play for, unlike England, you've got to try and keep a lid on it, if anything. So Wales will find it very easy to get charged up today. It could play a factor, we're not sure.
It's all mind games, isn't it? At the end of the day, all mind games to try and get into that psyche of getting yourself on the plane. Look, the players know what they need to deliver. They know World Cup places are at stake. What an occasion to do it. I think this game's going to be a cracker.
Well, both these teams, let's be honest about it, will be on the cast-iron outsiders list for the World Cup, bearing in mind recent form and recent performances. But they both definitely have the potential to shift that narrative as certain missing pieces of their respective jigsaws fall into place. They can find consistent rhythm and clarity of purpose and all that good stuff that the best in the world have already nailed down. That process continues with part 2 of this England-Wales World Cup warm-up doubleheader. We're underway after the break.
He bulleted that pass 20.4 meters.
Oh, you want to call the shots, huh?
And if we could just get final approval on the primary markets...
Well, you better be the loudest voice in the room.
We should be ready to send to our partners.
Cut out the jibber-jabber.
The documents are currently with our legal team, and I look forward to working with you further on this project. Anyway, thank you.
And if you see an opportunity, grab it.
Hello, I want to talk to you about my urine leakage. But first, let's get comfortable. That's better. Tenor Men Absorbent Protectors are designed for men. Fits discreetly into my underwear. You'd never know. And they protect like Tenor, so no more dribble dramas.
Tenor Men.
Wish your phone would last longer? It does with Vodafone Evo's lifetime service promise, with battery refresh and lifetime warranty. What's not to love? Phones last longer with Vodafone Evo's lifetime service promise. Standard on every phone at no extra cost.
I wear a few different hats as a CFO. You know, sometimes it's referred to as Chief Fixing Officer. Wherever there's a fire in the business, you know, I'm often there first. And I think that's the bit that I really enjoy and love, that it kind of spreads much more widely than finance.
Whatever hats CFOs like Imran need to wear, Sage's tools and insights can make sure they fit. Sage, helping business flow.
Estimated collision in T-minus 10. 9.
Can you confirm satellite collision is imminent?
8. 7. 6. 5.
Collision avoidance maneuver.
4. 3. 2. 1. Satellite collision averted.
It takes the whole force to protect space. Join us.
an alternative to tablets. Voltarol Back and Muscle Pain Relief Gel, with its powerful anti-inflammatory active ingredient, targets the source of pain, helping to accelerate recovery. It's not just movement, it's enjoying the new bedroom. Voltarol, the joy of movement.
They've dominated 92% of racks in their own half.
Getting ready for World Cup liftoff in a month's time is what this Summer Nations series of international rugby is all about. That process started in earnest for England Wales last weekend in Cardiff, and there's no doubt which of the two got the better of round one.
Afternoon from perhaps the greatest rugby arena, and the roar around this place. Shrill English alarm bells. Morgan to Davis, and now we have a try. And how good was that? My goodness, that was a well-bolted test match score. Clipped away, try score, George North. It's finished Wales 20, England 9.
Wales got some significant wind in their sails from part one of this Anglo-Welsh double bill. England barely a puff in theirs, but today's game presents an opportunity for Steve Borthwick's chosen ones to rectify that ahead of a trip to Dublin next weekend. The World Cup looming larger for all concerned, of course. And let me quickly tell you that if you're watching this on the TV and want Welsh language coverage, all you need to do is press the down button twice on your remote. If you're on a phone or a tablet, just swipe up to reveal the live broadcast menu, and away you go. Okay, we're almost ready to go, so let's join Simon Topsy, who should have started up alongside the captain of the commentary ship today, Nick Mullins.
Thanks, Mark. Afternoon, everybody. You forgive England fans for being in the doldrums right now. Not a lot of wind in their sails, so close to a World Cup, but they've turned up in their thousands again here, hoping for something to get excited about. Plenty of red and white colouring Twickenham as well. Wales with the opportunity to beat the team they love beating most of all for the second time in a week. And through the smoke, a couple of players, one in red, the other in white. Josh Adams and Ellis Genge, with the honour of leading their teams out on the afternoon that they both clock up their 50th Test match caps, and behind them a bunch of mates. And for Dowie Lake, captain Dowie Lake, 24, and you'd imagine with all the qualities to be Wales captain long term. The marker that Jack Morgan laid down a week ago was impressive. Now it's Dowie Lake's turn. Not often get the opportunity to beat England twice in the space of 7 or 8 days. That 29 win, pulling away at the Principality last Saturday. Well, since we were last here at Twickenham, we've lost a couple of men who wore the red rose with real distinction. Paul Rendell was a star in the front row alongside Jeff Probyn and Brian Moore in the late 80s and early 90s. And Peter Dixon was a rampaging flanker for England and the Lions in the 60s and 70s. Both died recently. This ovation is for them and the memories that they leave behind. In a moment, Alicia Lowes will lead God Save the King, but first New Wales captain Dowie Lake and 3 players about to make their Test debuts will be amongst those singing My Hen Vlad Fern Hadai. final check on the team. Steve Borthwick picking the most experienced England side ever. No other 23s accumulated more collective caps than this one. Some big names back for the first time in a while. Joe Marler's there, so are Jamie George, Maro Itoje, Courtney Lawes, Billy Vunipola. Ben Earl's about to play in his 16th Test match, but this is his first start. Owen Farrell returning as skipper. He's at fly half. We've not seen Elliot Daly for England for a while. Ollie Lawrence comes into midfield, and Henry Arundel has his chance to underline why he's made the World Cup 33. Warren Gatland has given himself a bit longer before he finalises his squad for France, and he's named a brand new starting 15 for this. It's a wonderful day, as we've said, for hooker Dowie Lake as he captains Wales for the first time. Tane Plumtree, with tears in his eyes during the anthem, starts for the first time. Let's pick out Joe Roberts and Josh Adams amongst this set of backs. Roberts about to enjoy his international debut. Adams winning his 50th cap. And a word for Tom Rogers and Owen Williams as well, adding to their Test match miles. On the bench for England, Ellis Genge ahead of his 50th cap. And a late change for Wales to tell you about. Kieran Hardy's had to pull out, so Gareth Davies, a starter a week ago, involved again. Topsy, who are you looking at from an English perspective?
Well, there's been a lot of talk about the number 8 position this weekend, but I think one man who's got a big afternoon ahead of him is Ben Earl. He's wearing 7, but in tandem with Billy Vunipola, actually spends a lot of time at 8. His speed off the base at the scrum time as well, his speed across the park in the breakdown as well. He's got a huge afternoon ahead of him. He's been playing so well for so long now. Deserves an opportunity to nail down a starting spot in this team.
And Sam, afternoon, who for Wales?
Afternoon, Nick. Yeah, for Wales, I'm really looking forward to seeing Joe Roberts in centre. I think he's one of those real calls who, if he has a big game today, he can really catapult himself into that World Cup squad. One of the players who's benefited from Jonathan Davis being injured, unfortunately. Had a really good run for the Scarlets, but Warren Gatland alluded to his athleticism, left foot kicking option, which is really handy in international rugby. If he has a big game today, he'll go a long way towards his selection.
Yeah, the age of 23, the Scarlet, a debut. So much for him to look forward to. Nika Amashakeli, the Georgian, just 28, in charge at Twickenham for the first time. Andy Brace and Andrea Piardi, the touch judges. Brian McNeese, the TMO. Had a bit of rain in southwest London at lunchtime. Greyish clouds remain overhead, but otherwise it is bright and breezy for red against white, for Wales against England. Owen Williams gets Wales going, and here's something we've not seen for a while since last autumn. Billy Vunipola trucking the ball back for England towards the 22. It's his first game since a knee injury in April that initially looked like it might keep him out of the World Cup, but here he is. Jack Van Falkley at scrum half. Ooh, and then as Henry Arundel went up, he came down painfully, and Liam Williams is there just to check that he's okay. Net result, knock on, Wales scrum.
I think this is going to be a really big feature of the game. These box kicks, high, contestable. Arundel gets a hand, so it's a heavy collision in the air, nothing there, but just two guys really competing for the ball in the air. And that's going to be an area of the game that both teams are going to need to figure out, because you've got all those players who are kind of tracking back, protecting the capture. So how you deal with that, it's a huge facet of the game.
Max Malins was asked this week, I know he's featured on the bench today, but how do you measure yourself as a back three player? And one of his priorities was the aerial battle. It's such a huge part of the game. England didn't kick as much actually as you might think last week. Wales kicked a lot more, 34 kicks to England's 20. England will probably want to get that number back up to the 30, so it'll be even more prominent today. But just keep an eye on that aerial battle. You win that aerial battle, it gets you so much territory and possession. So great to see Henry Arundel still up on his feet. He's a player of real quality and X factor, and I can't wait to see him have a start today.
Yeah, he's only 20, heading from London Irish to Racing next season. Just his second Test start, described by his teammates this week as crazy quick. Thankfully for his teammates and for looking forward to watching him today. He's back on his feet, and Wales will have this scrum. Thomas Williams, scrum half. A start today after a starring role really as a replacement a week ago, on for the final half an hour or so, and he really added to the acceleration that Wales put on the game, Sam.
Yeah, I think he's Wales' #1 scrum half, to be honest. So a real live wire, similar to Henry Arundel, as we were just saying, someone who can create something from nothing, a real talent for Wales.
My initial distance was good. We're not stable on the hit. Let's go again.
Two front rows, plenty of experience. Joe Marler, Jamie George, Will Stewart for England. Gareth Thomas, Dowie Lake, Thomas Francis for Wales. Francis and Marler might be lively today.
Crunch! Bang! Set! Hold that!
A little shove from Wales.
Hit and chase.
Because they shoved early, according to our referee.
Hit and chase.
Yeah, both teams just eager to get out the blocks. Wales chasing that ball before the scrum half puts it in, and they know it's such a massive part of the game. England dominated the scrum last week. They went in up at half-time. Wales dominated it in the second half. Both front rows wanting to get it right early on.
Oh, it's a high, soggy one from Owen Farrell, and it created a big early test for Josh Adams that he did not come through. Here's Ollie Lawrence. England's first opportunity to play some curls. Farrell in again, kicking. Arundel chasing. And as quick as he is, he was beaten to the ball, but a couple of very useful looking Owen Farrell kicks setting England up.
Well, they've been working on this spiral bomb in training, and actually what you could see, Josh Adams pointing at Liam Williams. Neither back three player knew who was going to take that ball, so the confusion as that spiral bomb is dropping, and then you've got this lovely kick through. Looks like Liam Williams just gets there ahead of Henry Arundel, but really good play. Such a difficult kick to deal with. Drops in the air, picks up speed as it comes to ground, and if you don't know who's taking it, you really limit your chances of catching it.
You see those spiral bombs go wrong a lot as well. Farrell nailed that. That is such a difficult ball. For those at home who don't know what a spiral bomb looks like, that ball's coming down, it's weaving left and right. For a back three player, it's a nightmare. It's a great example of a good kick from Owen Farrell.
Farrell again, this time with the pass to Freddie Stewart. He's held up just before the Wales 10-metre line. Courtney Laws, the thrill of playing for England again after the briefest of involvements in the Six Nations. Jamie George, the Saracen, back with us today, and again Farrell prodding it through, trying to thread away beyond that Wales defence. And Owen Williams, the Osprey, just his 8th cap for Owen Williams today. 100 fewer than Dan Biggar, who's the replacement on the bench.
Couple of attacking kicking options early from Owen Farrell just in shot there, and that's often a tactic when you're playing against a blitz defence. You want to put some attacking kicks behind them, and it just slows that defensive line just a little bit. Then when you think that defensive line is slowed somewhat, maybe preempting that kick, that's when you can then go to space. So wonder whether Farrell's trying to manipulate the line speed of the Wales defence. A couple of early kicks, if they slow down, you can exploit that space out wide as the game goes longer.
First throw as Wales captain for Dowie Lake. Tim Plumtree in the middle of affairs, and so too Beard, but he was being hustled by Laws. It wasn't clean ball, but Wales have done well to turn it back into their ball.
No contact on the net. Hold. Watch the foot. Hold.
And Adam Beard, the Ospreys duo in the centre of Wales line out today. Another Osprey, Owen Williams, kicks away. Oh well, Sam Costello played a week ago. Williams. Oh, that's a nice ball. Maybe a hint of the forward, but Josh Adams won't stop to ask the question. Nika Amashakeli did briefly, but on we go. Funapola looks ready for action. Takes it into the late step to get himself 6 inches to the right of Rhys Davis.
No, don't hold him. You don't play your second. It's a second man. Yeah, I will.
And Portfleet. Plenty of oomph on that, and he finds a safe enough touch. Topsy.
Well, if England are going to kick, they're just going to need to be really accurate with what they're doing, because if you don't get it right. So Elliot Daly looking to send this down that 15-metre channel, but he hooked it infield, and as soon as Liam Williams catches this ball, he knows Courtney Lawes, the forward, is isolated on this far right-hand edge. Question about the pass, but there is space out there to exploit. So England have to get their kicking game accurate, otherwise Wales would exploit that.
Wales line-out game temporarily evading them. And Farrell cross out, charging Roberts, and there was some element of risk about that, but now Daly with the ball in hand.
Advantage.
Pola was there waiting, and
Diving over the rock, ball emerging.
Plumtree just a little over eager. First start, second cap. Impressive debut off the bench
Number
last
8,
Saturday for
emerging ball.
Tane Plumtree, but that was a penalty. Ball wasn't fully out of the ruck. And applause around the ground as Farrell chooses to kick for touch. But the break from Elliot Daly.
That's a lovely flat pass there by Owen Farrell, knowing that there's space on the edge. So what you do, you just catch and pass, give it to your speed guys, let them exploit that space.
Yeah, give this gap, please.
Timely penalty for Wales because England was starting to build up a bit of momentum.
It's the first time we've seen Jamie George since he went off very early on in the Premiership final with a head injury against Sale the end of May. Here he is back at Twickenham.
It's out of the 15, you must play on.
Wales have done well to get in amongst the spokes of England's line-out.
Advantage offside.
Oh, now Wales offside, England penalty. Lawrence thumps it up, Premiership Player of the Season. George Martin, one of a handful of England players who probably polished their reputation last Saturday. There weren't many of them, but George Martin would have been on that list.
Six offside on the battle.
Instructive.
Breakdown offside.
3 points on the table. Sam?
He was receiver there.
There's the answer.
Yeah, it's still a test match to win. Dan Lydiate just in shock, just getting caught offside. Just, you could just see there about a yard offside, bottom of your screen. Just really want to get that blitz defence and rush defence off the line. But it's still a test match, and England more than ever need to win this. You know, with Ireland next week, I know they're friendlies, but you want to go into your first World Cup game with some wins under the belt. You know, wins breeds confidence, and confidence has a huge knock-on effect into the way you play on the field. Good call by Faz, I think, just to go for the 3, build a lead. They've strangled Wales so far. They've done well at competing at line-out. They've done well aerially to get field position. And their big criticism last week was they didn't convert it. Doesn't matter for England if they get 15, 18, 21 points off the boot. You've got to get points when they get in the opposition 22.
Best part of 10 minutes played at Twickenham, and England score first. England 3, Wales 0.
And it's been a good start for England. I think they'll be happy with what they've produced so far. They've controlled territory, controlled possession. Very similar story to what we had last weekend, so we'll see how the rest of the game progresses, but so far so good for England.
Idris seemed to enjoy it, a nod of the head. He's been busy, hasn't he, saving planes and everything. Billy Vunipola. Only specialist number 8 in England's 33. No Alex Dombrandt, one of the headline omissions when the team was announced at the start of the week. Williams' second bite.
Oh, the ball is there. Your player.
Thomas Williams. There's Plumtree. Tompkins whips it out nicely, and Adams got it away under some pressure to Dan Lydiate. Familiar, reassuring figure back for the first time since he broke his arm last autumn. 1 or 2 little
knock on the ground,
loose knots from Wales at the moment, Sam.
It's really good work from Ben Earl, actually. That just looks like a nothing mistake from Wales, just knocking the ball on. But Ben Earl fights really hard to counter-ruck, disrupt the Wales cleaners. There he is, his shot there. Hugely powerful figure playing in number 7. I can't believe, I was stunned, actually, for his 16th cap. This is his first test. Here he goes. Nick Tompkins presents. Ben Earl fights through 2 players. That's what causes the knock on there for Thomas Williams, because the heat is coming onto him. That's great defensive work from Ben Earl.
3.5 years since his debut, 15 caps off the bench, one of the best players in the Premiership over the last 2 or 3 seasons. And here he is, a first start. Steve Borthwick saying this week that he really likes not just the speed that he brings to the game, but the way that he links with the backs, that he plays off shoulders. If England are going to play well, then he'll be playing well.
Absolutely, he's a very intelligent player, and as you touched on, he's been really performing so well in the Premiership over the last couple of years, and it's around his decision making, when to hit rucks, when to stay off, when to operate in the wider channels. I mean, you won't have seen it yet on screen, but even now in field position, he's getting himself into those 15-metre channels, and when play's not coming, he's then working his way back into the middle of the pitch. So in time, the ball will come his way, and we'll see him operating in those wider channels. But at the moment, he's just operating in and around the rucks, causing mischief, making good decisions, and like Sam said, incredible that this is his first start.
Well, England back at Twickenham for the first time since they rather had their shorts pulled down here by France in the Six Nations in March. Those 53 painful points, record-breaking defeat at home. But also back here for the first time after the World Cup. 33 was named on Monday, so with all the hope that comes with that.
Crunch! Sink! Bind! Set! Hold the pressure, lads, hold, good job, move the ball.
And on the move, ball on the move, Daly. He's got a wicked left boot over the head of Liam Williams, former teammates during their Saracens days together, and Liam Williams happy to flop on it.
Well, again, talking about England's kicking options, having a left footer that you can bring into the outside centre position. So he was there from the minute that scrum was set up, so they had the kick run option available. If there was space, they could have run. He's gone for the kick, not executed it, but we know Elliot Daly offers that, and that's, again, talking about selection and flexibility. Having him in there as a 13 or wing, he gives you that option with his left foot.
Wales have one of those as well, Sam, in Joe Roberts.
Yeah, Joe Roberts, as Topsy alluded to, having a right and left-footed kicker may not sound like much, but it's a really good tool to have in your armoury when it comes to territory kicks and clearing your lines, particularly near your try line.
Stewart. Wales have done the bulk of the defending so far. England the bulk of the ball, and very nearly the breakthrough from Van Poortvliet. Farrell switching the attack, going through a hole, goes beyond Beard.
No, ball is in.
Wales have it back. Lake, Williams. We thought about the long pass to Josh Adams, and by the time he got to it, space had rather run out. But anyway, we were playing the advantage.
Nearly for England, but really good. That's what you want to see from Van Poortvliet. Those gaps in and around the rucks. Players flooding through, same from Farrell. They're going to show you those shoulders, different body shapes in that defensive line. You've got to take those opportunities. Really good offload as well. Keep that momentum in the attack, and then just the last offload doesn't quite go to hand.
Be easy for me to say a sloppy defence from Wales, and yes, there was some mistakes there, but it's because, and it's credit to the speed of ball that England have managed to generate. You would say that the England pack is dominating physically right now. When they get the ball in attack, they're getting good clear outs and rucks. Wales are able to compete on the ball and slow that down, so Van Poortvliet is getting half breaks, Farrell's getting half breaks, because the speed of ball is good. And England so far, mistake then, but so far they're capitalising on this physical dominance that they currently got with their forward pack, just edging it right now in the first quarter of an hour.
Let's go, watch out for a break for play. Crunch!
Stewie is Will Stewart, England's tight head, closest to us in the front row. Didn't feature during the Six Nations. It was Carl Sinclair and Dan Cole ahead of him. Wales with a scrum that was not controlled. The ball was out. Earl chasing. Oh, and very nearly there. Van Poortvliet as well. And it needed the work of Nick Tompkins to sort things out. But Wales being given the shove around.
Both clearly out. Yep. Yeah, we need to clarify that. So, Brian, have a look.
Yeah, just lose control at the back of the scrum. Reffell's got a job to keep that ball in at Plumtree's feet. Yeah. Plumtree doesn't control the ball. It comes spilling out. Ben Earl is great. His acceleration over 10 is rapid. He's really challenging there to get towards the try line. Joe Roberts looks like he does enough. It goes backwards. But that's where you need to have a number 8 who can really control the base. That scrum is invaluable.
Taken in by White. Let's go.
Owen Williams bounces over the halfway line to the other 10. Farrell to Stewart. One of the pluses for Steve Borthwick last week was the amount of times that Freddie Stewart carried the ball forward. One of the negatives was the number of times they lost it in contact. They did it just then, and that is some kick.
Great kick followed by a huge hit as well. Finally a bit of momentum for Wales. It's a big shot there, Dowie Lake. The turnover as well, and then Plumtree. There you go, 50-22, gets the bounce. Really good stuff.
Hold.
First time into England's 22 with the ball in hand. Beard brings it back down. Lake
penalty
involved once more. Penalty coming.
That's a red down, but advantage.
Andy Brace, the assistant referee on the far side. The 50-22
side entry.
A relatively new invention, has added so much to the game, hasn't it, in an attacking sense, and what you have to cover defensively as well as a winger, Topsy.
Absolutely, on both sides of the ball. Defensively, it means you really need to be switched on with your backfield coverage, knowing who's back there and what space they're looking after. But as an attacking weapon in terms of turning impetus in your favour, it's brilliant. Knowing that you can execute at 50-22 and retain possession, it's put Wales into 5-metre line-out. Great opportunity when they've been under pressure in the opening 18 minutes for them to potentially come away with some points.
Lake to Rhys Davis at the front, a third cap, a first start, and setting up this very handy position. The backs involving themselves. Ball's gone down, so Thomas Williams, he never got the chance to recycle it, and Maro Itoje leads English defensive celebrations.
It's good defence from England. I felt on even though Will Stewart was penalised for coming in before, England did control the maul from Wales in the scrum previously. They got it going towards the touchline, so it stops Wales from breaking out. They do well again there. Wales did throw in 3-4 backs, looking for 11-12 man maul, which goes the ground at the front, but England do a good job in making that go down. Good defence so far from maul from England.
You went in, stay straight, okay? Same as you. Both of you went in, you straight, stay out. You follow your head straight. Right.
Courtney Lawes, a calf and then a shoulder injury.
Patience
on the punctuations
and no overloading
around his Six Nations last season. Hurt his shoulder actually coming off the bench against Wales. The boost that England have, having the likes of Lawes back in the back row, Billy Vunipola, Jamie George, Farrell. And off our snazzy ref cam, almost part of the front row.
Too early, overleaning there, overleaning.
Some early problems for Gareth Thomas and co. Thomas talking this week about how you're always learning at test level when to attack, but also critically, perhaps in those situations, when to hold, when just to make sure you hold your ground. Wales find themselves back in their own half. For how much longer, however? Tompkins. This is Joe Roberts.
No, he's moving the player.
Williams to Williams. The Williams is at 9 and 10. Popped up by Thomas. And Wales have lost it, and Lawes and Daly can recycle, and then Farrell shaped to kick.
Tackle release. No hands.
Thomas Williams wasn't entirely buying the dummy. Lawes. England try to set up some kind of attacking shape again. It's not particularly
no advantage.
Quick ball.
Hey, Jackson is good. Good Jackson.
Topsy, give us some idea when we're looking at England in attack and we're looking. The word entertainment isn't one that coaches like hearing, because actually the word winning is the one that they prefer. But if we're looking for England to entertain in an attacking sense, which I know lots of supporters don't feel they've seen much of recently, what kind of shapes are England trying to put on this game, do you think?
Well, hopefully as the game goes on, we're going to see them in positions further up the pitch where we might see that. But what you want is every time they have the ball, they have options at the line and they're using them. So they've got multi-phase attack, multi-options, so they can either play short to a short runner, they can play behind the bars, they're playing left and right of the rucks as well. You want to see a style of attack that has options, has variety in every single phase, in every single moment. You get that, then the defence don't know what's happening, and then we as audience watching, we don't know what's happening either. If you do that, you actually create more opportunities to go and score points. So England are working their way into the game. They're using the boot more at the minute, but hoping as the game progresses and maybe they get more points on the board, we start to see some more variety in what they're trying to do.
Set! Hold the pressure, lads! Hold! Good effort, hold up! Good effort, hold up! Move the ball!
Vunipola, Van Poortvliet, again a little surge, and he involves Ollie Lawrence.
Knock on advantage.
And that's been lost forward. There's a chase for the ball. Picked up by Joe Roberts.
No advantage.
So we will come back.
But back to your question, the one thing that will stifle any sort of attack is unforced errors. Errors in contact, drop balls. So that continuing theme from last week, if you can't get through a few phases of the rugby, it's going to be very, very difficult to execute any type of attack.
England with a new attack coach heading into the World Cup. Man who ended last season looking after Leicester, was very much part of the coaching setup at Welford Road underneath Steve Borthwick. He now trying to sharpen this England attack. Sam, what have you got?
Yeah, just a nice one-on-one battle between Ollie Lawrence and Nick Tompkins. So pretty much went unseen then, but you know that first phase ball is so important thing. But Tompkins does an A, gets second, rips that ball out. It's a real strength of his to target that ball in the contact. Real good 12-on-12 head-on-head. Mr. Tompkins then just goes for the strip, and that's what caused the turnover. Pretty much went unnoticed, but really good defensive work from Nick Tompkins.
Yeah, he'd have watched Max Llewellyn enjoy a very composed debut 7 days ago, and we're wondering about the makeup of Wales midfield heading into their opening game against Argentina, against Fiji in Bordeaux, Sam.
Well, everyone's got their opinion of what's the best centre partnership. The honest truth is we don't really know. You know, does Gatland want to go down the Jamie Roberts-esque style of a Max Llewellyn, you know, with your powerhouses, George North, Mason Grady, or do you go for a little bit smaller in size but maybe a bit more flair, Nick Tompkins and Joe Roberts? So a really interesting dilemma at centre for Wales.
Now Wales with the upper hand at the scrum, England collapsing it. There's Thomas, the Osprey. And there's he's a man of the people, isn't he? Look at him, he doesn't need royal boxes. Adam Jones in amongst the beers, as you'd expect.
He's supposed to be working today, isn't he? He snuck away for a day off.
I love that. Fancy a bit of hospitality, Adam? No thanks.
Don't close the gap.
Dowie Lake. Over the top, he was looking for Beard. If there is one area of Dowie Lake's game that might need sharpening, it's that.
Well, it looks like the actual calling system's not working. They're not just slightly missing. You know, Wales are completely off the mark with their lineouts at the minute. So sometimes they go up in the air, it's a good compete, but at the minute, the calling system and how that's being relayed to the hooker, it's not working for Wales right now. They've been quite far off for maybe 2 or 3 at least of these lineouts so far the first half. Lineout and scrum's not functioning. It just shows how important a solid set piece is in international rugby.
He's going to get another go, Dowie Lake. I know he's been working hard with Simon Hardy, who used to look after England's line-out throwers, England's hookers. Working for moments like this. Again, Beard with his arms up, and this time it's clean, and Williams to Williams, and out to Tompkins. And the likes of Tommy Raffel there immediately to win back quick ball, and then the frustration for Tane Plumtree. Wales looking for options in the back row. We saw how well Aaron Wainwright played last weekend. Talupe Falatau still making his way back from a calf injury, and generally speaking, Plumtree has really shown up well over the last afternoon and a bit.
Yeah, that's an anomaly. That's not like Plumtree. You know, Plumtree's come from New Zealand, really shrewd acquisition to the Wales squad, signed for the Scarlets, was born in Swansea because his dad was coaching in Swansea, so he's obviously Welsh qualified outright, but he's got great handling ability, as you'd expect from growing up and playing in New Zealand. Won't see that happen much again. He's got brilliant hands, and that his aerial ability in the air, we saw his 50-22, his handling ability, that's what will set him apart from some of the other back row players. So that's an unusual mistake from Tane Plumtree.
This is his dad, John Plumtree, who lots of you will know. Atoje, Van Poortvliet, Farrell and Lawrence running those hard lines. He loves that, loves to try and bust through defences. He offers different qualities to Manu Tuolangi, but there are similarities as well. Tuolangi with a little bit of a tweak this week, we were told. Courtney Laws is back with us though. Ooh, and that was meant, I don't know whether it was meant for Lawrence or not. He was the closest, and in the end it went forwards.
Just a bit of miscommunication, so Owen Farrell's he's calling for that ball to go across him to Lawrence, but they got their wires crossed, didn't know who was receiving the ball. As you can see, Ollie Lawrence there.
Time off, Dr.
It's something they will have worked on in training, but if the communication isn't clear enough, as you can see Ollie Lawrence saying there, he doesn't know that that ball's going across the first receiver to the second receiver, which is him.
Well, England, 4 weeks today, will be getting ready to play Argentina in Marseille, their first match at the World Cup. They've got Japan in Nice, Chile and Samoa in Lille. Argentina have named their 33 this week, and it's full of some very familiar and impressive names. Both of these sides have got big yellow banana skins on the opening weekend. Wales will play Fiji and England will play Argentina.
Absolutely, it's going to be an incredible weekend, that opener. Both these teams, big fixtures, and obviously it won't be the end of the world. You can lose your first game and go on and win the World Cup, as we've seen, but you want to be at the races that opening weekend. You want to perform, you want to get your World Cup campaign up and running.
And Wales with Fiji in Bordeaux 4 weeks tomorrow, and then Portugal in Nice, Australia in Lyon, and Georgia in Nantes for Warren Gatland. Eddie Jones' Australia squad, Sam, has raised a few eyebrows this week. No Michael Hooper, no Quade Cooper, Will Skelton the captain, 3 uncapped players, trademark Eddie.
But you know, we've never seen a poor Australian team in a World Cup. I still think they'll find a way to get to a quarter-final, Australia. Unlike England, I think if England lost to Argentina, I still think they'll find a way out of that pool. Wales lost to Fiji on the opening round. Fiji, they got 1 foot in the quarter-final. Wales still got tough fixtures against Australia. They have to beat Australia. If they don't, they'll be out of the World Cup. And still a banana skin against Georgia as well. So if Wales lose that first game against Fiji, that's an enormous fixture for Wales.
Martin Williams doesn't need to be reminded about World Cup games against Fiji, 2007 and all that. And this looks very bad news for Dowie Lake. Is he coming off? I don't know. We saw Sam Parry ready to come on. Oh, that is just dreadful news for Wales and for Dowie Lake. And Dowie Lake offered some sort of consolation by Jamie George as well. And Wales, who lost Ryan Elias very early on in Cardiff a week ago, have lost their hooker this weekend, the captain Dowie Lake. Well, your heart bleeds for him, so.
Well, as an injury-prone captain myself, I know exactly how he feels. It's gutting. Dowie Lake, I was really excited for him. This is a jackal that he went for. It looks like a clean-out maybe hurt him there. He's down on the side. This is why you want to get rid of these side clean-outs. Big player for Wales. Gutted for him. As you said, Ryan Elias went off last week. Apparently he's moving okay. But it's really unfortunate for him. But the likelihood is you do lose players in these World Cup games. Hopefully, Dowie Lake will be okay.
Ryan Elias nursing his way back from a hamstring. Ken Owens will at least miss the early stages of the World Cup. I guess I hope that he might be needed at some point later on, but Wales having no luck with their first choice hookers right now as Arundel clears long. Adam Beard is Wales' new captain. Owen Williams. Stewart. Both sides persisting with the kicking game. Stewart weaving his way through the red to try to get there. That's brilliantly taken by Thomas Williams.
tackler.
Saw it a long way out.
Ball is there.
Tommy Raffel. 10 tests now.
Hold
Six
in front,
Nations for the
everyone.
first time in February. And then a searching ball, and well taken by Daly. And now George, Saracen to Saracen. Van Portfleet, the Leicester scrum half, to another Saracen, Ben Earl. Tumble from Van Portfleet, and now Farrell again. One of those bombs that Williams was positioned under very early and very securely.
Yeah, it's taken back. It's taken back. Shoulders on it.
It's part of half an hour played.
And usage now.
Owen Farrell penalty separating these two so far. Owen Williams, touch from Jamie George. And here's Lawrence. A little bit of space. Marchant outside him. Not mentioned Joe Marchant much recently, if at all so far, but that was lovely. However, Daly couldn't gather cleanly.
So close for England down that far side. Came from the charge down as well, so brilliant work there by England. Just here, maybe where Joe Marchant just needed to just slow his feet a tiny bit more. He didn't have complete control of the ball, so he's having to just tap it on. Can't quite get it out there to Elliot Daly. Good pressure as well by Tom Rogers, closing down, knowing he had to make a decision. Put Joe Marchant under pressure.
Need a captain there. Captain.
What's on Nika Amashakeli's mind? Let's have a listen.
Okay, scrum call that. 4.
Wales have chosen to go for the scrum because of the forward pass. Could have had the scrum or the line out. Why would they do that? Sam, just offering a little bit more security as they try to clear the ball away?
Yeah, as players you have a feel which set piece is probably going better, whether England are probably going to heavily compete. You can risk going up in the air on the opposition 22s, Wales aren't going to drive them 30 metres, so maybe they just felt with maybe the aerial pressure that would be coming from England. And that's why England are great. Maritoji brings a lot of noise with Courtney Laws. They've got some great aerial threats there. They obviously just feel that their scrum is a slightly safer option than their line out right now.
Crunch!
New hooker in the middle of all this, Sam Parry.
Breakfoot taking too long. Breakfoot. Breakfoot too long.
Jamie George's breakfoot, the hooker. The new regulation that was brought in a while or so now, just to offer a little bit more balance for the hooker, to take the weight off the shoulders, off the neck, to make it a little bit of a safer place to be. And he took too long to drag that foot back. That's why Wales had the free kick. And Stewart hoists it back in their direction. Taken by Williams.
Stay.
Rhys Davis.
Keep going. On this run. Keep going. On this run.
Liam Williams seeking out Adams. Adams has to come in field to get hold of that. Instead, it's Marchant for England. Van Portfleet's gone down, and he looks in a fair amount of pain. It's the right ankle. So England operating without a scrum half at the moment. They will hope that that isn't a long-term situation. Farrell.
Stay in front, everyone.
The change of direction. He's mixing up his kicking game nicely at the moment, but Liam Williams, the old stager, on it. Oh, and then a yellow card. Not retreating, and Henry Arundel, maybe a little bit of over-eagerness, but tackling Liam Williams when he wasn't allowed to.
Yeah, it's very clever from Liam Williams. First his positioning, then the quick tap, and unfortunately Henry Arundel doesn't have the leg to stand on there. He knows he can't play Liam Williams. He's allowed to take the quick tap. You can't tackle him, and that's a yellow card all day long.
So England down to 14. Will take us up to half-time and beyond. Meantime, more importantly, concerns for Jack Van Poortvliet. England with Ben Youngs on the bench. He's collided with Josh Adams as Adams was trying to get back through, and
yeah, this is sad news. You don't see players acting like that when it's not something significant. You know, he's certainly would have tweaked one of his ankle ligaments. Hopefully it's something like a 2 to 4 week injury, but you know, sometimes these things are quite deceptive. Great replacement to come on, England's most capped player, but that does look like bad news for Jack Van Poortvliet. We keep all our fingers crossed for him.
It's the nature of these games, isn't it? It's the terrifying nature of these games. So many players have so many stories of World Cups that they didn't go to. Let's hope that that's not a serious injury for Jack Van Poortvliet. Meantime, Ben Youngs for the 123rd time. He's all revved up for what will be his 4th World Cup. Up until half-time, Wales with the one-man advantage, and England have somehow got to cover defensively on the right wing without Henry Arundel. Looks like Joe Marchant would be the obvious candidate to do that, Topsy.
I think they've got options in there, Marchant and Daly and Stewart. Between the 3 of those guys, they'll just make sure that they have that spot where Henry Arundel will be covered. Ben Youngs will come into that equation as well. So rather than being on the short side where we see him now, he might end up dropping into the backfield to help out with the coverage.
So Wales, Williams to Tompkins. Gets it away, and Owen Williams, an opportunity opening up here. Liam Williams, and then flung out to the right-hand side where we come across Tom Rogers. Mentioned Rogers much yet. Just his 3rd test. Wales with the advantage, actually his first carry. And deep in enemy territory, and Wales threatening. Beard. Tompkins again with Joe Roberts offering himself off the shoulder. Oh, that's gone forwards. So Wales will need the advantage. Talked about England shape and attack, Sam. What are Wales looking for? What do you sense that Alex King, their attack coach, would like to see? What would you like to see?
Well, I think it's pretty similar for all teams, but I think for Wales in particular, it's finding space when it's on, and the reason they managed to find that space was it was a great driving line-up to start. Excuse me for crediting the forwards, and the forwards managed to get a good go forward. Now, England have given Wales the edge there, so take it. It's really good early ball from Liam Williams. Wingers like that ball early, gives them a chance to have footwork, find some space. But if England are giving you an edge, then take it. And then Wales have managed to find that edge. They went forward in the line out, they went forward by getting to the edge, then they win a penalty. So finding space, yes, you need to be dominant, of course, massive part of rugby, but I think there can be an obsession of being dominant sometimes about who can find the space most accurately, and Wales did it well then.
So this opportunity for Wales and Sam Parry.
Inside 5. One stop, 9, 1 stop.
Carol Thomas was spat out of that in some pain, but Wales in the mood to cause England some pain here. But England once again, Wales within smelling distance of the try line have given the ball up frustratingly.
I'd like to see who that was. I think it's Ben Earl. Yes, he's the man getting the credit. The Wales maul peeled off and Ben Earl flew into it. It just opens up into the open field here. And there's a lot of momentum in Wales' favour there, but Ben Earl was very brave, and it looks like he dived into that. And when that ball goes down, He has no reason to move. He can stay there, he can hold on to that player and that ball. And when that ball doesn't come out, it's a turnover in England's favour. But it looks like great defence from Ben Earl. Punching well above his weight again.
All 3 turnovers so far have been English turnovers. Gareth Thomas with a little bit of time to sort himself out. 3-month build-up that has taken Wales up Swiss mountains to Turkey, high altitude and high temperatures, as Johnny Hill thinks about coming on for England, and now here they are at Twickenham. 2 games left for Wales players to press their claims to be in the World Cup 33 that is named a week on Monday. Sam, If there are players over this next fortnight who make late bursts, who come late around the top end, who do you think is in a position to do that?
From an England perspective?
No, Wales perspective.
Oh, Wales, yeah. I think someone like Rhys Davies at the second row, you know, there's so many spaces I think with the Jenny up for grabs. You know, Dan Lydia, he's the only, I think, specialist number 6 in the squad. You know, Chris Schunter is a hybrid plunderer, he can play 6 and 8. So if those specialists, Joe Robertson the centre, Rhys Davies is a second row, Dan Lydia at 6, you know, those specialists have to have really big games and really impress, because players with versatility, Joe Robertson shot there, players with versatility will always have the advantage for a World Cup. If you're a player who's a specialist, you've got to be almost outright the best in position to get on that plane.
Billy Vunipola, the last player to take his place in this scrum, England defensive scrum.
All right, up. Okay, to me, please. Both backs, both backs, both backs. All right. Come here, come here. We did a couple of scrums really well, and now we are not disciplined. We are angling up. We will be destabilized after the hit. So make sure you control the way it ends here. No problem. All right? Next, getting a penalty.
It's Joe Marler, England not short of decent props, thinking of World Cup selections. Scrum actually buckled alarmingly in the second half in Cardiff a week ago. And they've talked about building a scrum that's legal this week. They know the refs have been on their case, particularly during the Six Nations. They've spoken to Joel Juge, who's head of refereeing at World Rugby. So this part of the game and doing it on the right side of the law, Sam, so important for both sides.
Oh, massively. And referees do their homework. They look at teams' previous games, penalties conceded, trends that they have. So you want to set a really good, or paint a really good picture in these warm-up games, because it'll give the reputation, as England have done well there, give you the reputation going to the World Cup that you have the dominant scrum.
No, for me, this side went in and then around. For my side.
Well, Scotland win to quicken the pulse last Saturday against France at Murrayfield, and we got the return leg later here on Prime. The game actually being played in Saint-Etienne while the Stade de France is being readied for the World Cup. 7:45 kickoff. You can stay with us for that one. Final few minutes of the first half here at Twickenham. Not a contest overburdened with points so far, just the three of them. Owen Farrell's penalty. I guess the headlines have been made by the two injuries.
Right now, finish.
Wales captain Dowie Lake, England scrum half Jack Van Portfleet, both off injured, and England at the moment labouring without Henry Arundel, who's serving a yellow card.
I think that's what people want to see, Nick, is the ability in attack to pull a rabbit out the hat. That's what New Zealand, France, Ireland can do. Henry Arundel is a player who can do that. Sadly, he's off the pitch now. Lewis Rees-Zammit is a player who can do that for Wales. You know, I think that's what fans want to see, and they want to see that in attack. You need the ability to score 1 or 2 tries a game to go deep into this World Cup, at least. Top sides in the world to score 4 tries a game. Now, you're not going to do that in the semi-final, but you need it to get through the pools.
Play on for me. Is it? Okay, advantage, offside.
Scrap for the ball. England offside.
Play on, okay, yeah, same for me.
We're playing on.
Play on, ball exposed, play on.
That's a great work from Billy Vunipola. Ball free momentarily, and he was on it like a shot.
I pounced on it brilliantly well. It was Gareth Thomas who did the clear out just before for Wales. The problem with that is when you clear out and you go so far past the ball, you leave that ball exposed. Sometimes you just need to focus on securing the ball. But Wales blew way past the ball. That ball was opened up again. Billy Vunipola, really good. As any intelligent back rower sees that picture, he's going to swoop in.
Time is off, yeah. Time is off.
I'm going to get you to pick Wales back row for the opening game against Fiji. 6, 7 and 8.
I think Toby Faletau, Taulupe Faletau, is Wales's arguably their most talented player. I'm not sure if he's going to start because he hasn't had much game time in the warm-ups. I think there's a place for him in their team. I can imagine Taulupe Faletau being on the bench, working his way into a starting spot. I think they could start Fiji with Aaron Wainwright at 8, Jack Morgan I think is a shoe-in at 7. 6, Dan Idiot in shot there, Plumtree in shot, Chris Shunza. Between those three, it is so tight. And I think that's why Wales are taking their selection till beyond this game, beyond South Africa. For me, Wainwright and Jack Morgan to start, a dead cert with Faletau on the bench to work his way into the starting team. Number 6 right now, wide open.
There's so much to play for. Wales with South Africa next Saturday, and then Warren Gatland and the coaches sit down to pick their team, which we will hear about on the Monday.
White's down.
England off the penalty with 90 seconds to go until half-time, and another penalty on the way. Wales under pressure, England having to attack without a right wing, without Arundel.
Backward play on.
Scrap for the ball on the floor remains a good one.
There, collapsing White. Number 5.
There's another contact strip from Wales which stops the England attack.
Number 5.
I think this is where now you need to see England convert. You know, we're seeing a similar trend to last week, getting those 22 entries, doing everything right to get there. Aerial battle's good, kicking for territory's good, set piece is good, getting penalties. This is the point now. This separates the top teams in the world to the lesser teams in the world. You've got to get these opportunities in the 22. You've got to convert at some point.
Discipline now, right?
Remember, Wales defence keeping England tryless a week ago. And then that drive from the line-out, winning Wales, 4 or 5 metres maybe, but England will reset. And off they go with Lawrence. One of those short, bruising, punishing runs. Youngs for the injured Jack Van Poortvliet. Laws lays it back. George Martin, who's still with us. Billy Vunipola won't be far away either. And just beginning to pump away here. And Marchant. Freddie Stewart furthest wide on this right wing, and it might come to him, and Stewart gets it. A little bit of trickery from Owen Farrell, but not enough room, and back we come. 8 phases, the most in the match so far, which tells us an awful lot about the kind of stop-start nature to this contest. It's Adam Beard who is the captain now in the absence of Dowie Lake.
It's a 2 penalties, one the line out, one here off the ball. Next one. What's wrong with the line out? It was early drive, and one tackle off the ball. Next one into the bin. So that penalty. Next one into the bin. Okay, you got choice. One there, one here. So it's in the 15-meter line.
Double your lead, Sam. Or you could go for broke. England choose to double their lead as we head towards half-time.
Yeah, there's a couple of boos going around. I know fans probably want to see go into the corner, but I think priority number 1 for England, I think coaches would try and protect the players and say, look, it's performance we're looking for, because then you can lose a game and say we're building. England have to win today. They have to have a home game and win. No matter how they do it, they just need to start building that momentum, because you can imagine what it would be like if they were 0 from 2. So, yeah, take the emotion out of the game. Smart call from Owen Farrell. 6 points to the good. Go in half-time, reassess.
This will be the last act of the first half. You'd have heard Owen Farrell say, "Can I have the full minute, please, to wind the watch down?" Nika Amashakeli pointing out that the watch was already wound down. England double their lead. Tempted to say that we've had more talking points than points in this first half. Certainly the big talking points, sad talking points, the injuries to Dowie Lake and to Jack Van Poortvliet. England still without the yellow-carded Henry Arundel, but England at half-time, courtesy of a couple of Owen Farrell penalties, leading. England 6, Wales 0.
He bulleted that pass, 20.4 meters.
times when you're not drinking, but you really fancy a lovely, cold, smooth Guinness? Well, guess what? Guinness Zero. We've taken the alcohol out, but left the Guinness in.
With People's Postcode Lottery, Saturday's just got a million times better.
Amazing!
Every single Saturday, one lucky postcode is guaranteed to win a share of £1 million.
Thought, yeah, I'm going to try my luck. And my luck came in. It set us up for life.
For a chance to win Millionaire Street, play before midnight on the 24th of August.
Join in, because one day they could be knocking on your door like they've just knocked on ours.
Someone's knocking at the door. Somebody's ringing the bell.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
There's two things I love, rugby and teaching. You have to look after yourself before looking after anyone else, and that starts with self-care.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Advanced, 72-hour antiperspirant plus added moisturisers for confidence that lasts.
When I have a deodorant that protects me, I can be confident and ready to deliver what I need to for my players.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Advanced.
When I say energy, what do you think of? Fuel? Electricity? Yes. Wow. But you can go further. How about gliding? Now that is energy. And love, laughs, or songs? Of course. Even dreams. That's what powers Honda full hybrid technology.
Gradually reduce grey is the easiest way. With Control GX Grey Reducing Shampoo. Reduce a little grey every time you wash for subtle looking results. Control GX from Just for Men.
Why pay more when you can score with Virgin Media? Save £25 a month versus Sky's nearest equivalent services. Enjoy TNT Sports, Sky Sports TV and ultra-fast broadband, all for just £65 a month. Virgin Media. See what you can do. Visit virginmedia.com.
They've dominated 92% of racks in their own half.
Jamie George in the build-up to this game this week said they wanted to get Twickenham bouncing. Not much sign of the bounce so far today. Both sides frustrated by the number of handling errors and obviously disappointed by the injuries we saw in that first 40 minutes or so. No cohesion yet, no clarity of thought we don't think, but it is their first game of the season. There are mitigating circumstances and they will need to gather their thoughts before they head out here for the second half. Likewise really for Wales, this is a totally new 15 that started the game. They've yet to find their mojo either. Neither team able to build any sustained pressure. That will frustrate them. Hopefully that will all change in the second half. 6-0 it is to England as it stands. We've been joined by Elliot Dee, part of the Wales World Cup squad as it stands, and I think you'll be busy next weekend, bearing in mind what's happening to the number 2s in your squad at the moment.
Yeah, it's obviously a shame to see Derry go off early. I think he was having a great start to the game as well, but he's up, he's walking around. Hopefully it's not as serious as sort of what it first looks. But yeah, look, we got another game next week as well. We want to finish strong in this game here. But yeah, hopefully he'll pull through and be all okay.
Yeah, fingers crossed for all those with injuries today, and hopefully they look worse than they seem. I mean, they were better than they looked. Basically, Topsy, England again frustrated. Nothing's really working for them today. Similar to last week's, particularly in the second half. How do they fix it? What do they need to do? Do we just put this down to the fact this is the first game of the season?
I think we have to. I mean, you look at the quality of the players out there, we know what they're capable of. And like you touched on it, this is their first game in 2 to 3 months. It is a pre-season fixture. As much as it's a test match and both teams want to go out and win and perform, they have to get themselves up to that level. It doesn't just happen. So a lot of the handling errors, a lot of the mistakes we're seeing are uncharacteristic of the quality of players. So we have to give them time for those combinations to bed in. And you can see it as well, you know, just little bits of miscommunication, little bits of handling errors, skill errors. Those are things that will improve over time. As both these teams build towards France, the error count will go down, the skill level will go up, and we'll get to see more points on the board.
Sometimes at half-time we have to sort of, you know, we have to try and sort of edit to get enough, you know, we don't have enough time to talk about everything. This isn't one of those half-times, but let's talk about Owen Farrell. They started brightly, and he looked like his game management was having an effect on England straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's been a clear directive to try and maybe play in behind Wales as well. You know that Wales come with a lot of line speed, a lot of blitz defence, so actually your kicking game allows you to take pressure away from that. I mean, we've talked about the spiral bomb. They are so difficult to deal with. You can't actually get up in the air to catch those. And these little short kicks to score. Another day, Liam Williams doesn't get there, Henry Arundel does. You're just trying to find that space in between the front line and the back line. This one as well, again, Liam Williams is reading the backfield very, very well, but on another day, that sits for the England team. So the kicks are probing away, trying to take the sting out of Wales' line speed so that when opportunities like this arise, you can just catch pass, and play to the space. So this is what England will try and do in the second half. There might be a bit more kicking to start off with, might not please people watching at home, but there's method to the madness, is with a view to creating space so that they can then move the ball and go and hopefully score some points.
Well, Warren Gatland reckons that obviously Wales are a fitter side. If you saw the post-match reaction from the game up to the Principality a week ago, we'll see whether that pans out. But Elliot, your best kick of your game has probably come from your number 8 Tane Plumtree with that 50-22 that you've had a couple of visits but not managed to convert.
No, I think that was obviously a great bit of skill, probably unexpected, but Tane's a great footballer. But yeah, you're right. I think when we entered the 22, we were looking to come away with points. I think we probably expected to come away with a couple of points, and that is the decision whether to go to the corner or to take the points, which is quite vital in international rugby. So I think it's been a bit of a nervy start from both teams. Probably expected, just some boys' first game's been a lot of changes in both teams as well, but I'm sure we're going to see a more sort of entertaining, exciting second half, and the game will open up a bit then.
I mean, both coaches will be looking to seize positives. I guess from England's point of view, defending this driven maul is one of those positives.
Yeah, absolutely. Defending the driving maul, but also stopping conceding points when teams getting to their 22. That's been a big work on there. So they'll be pleased with their efforts there. They'll know that they need to produce more. And conversely, Wales will understand that in a game where they've had little possession, when they do get those opportunities, they need to take them.
So I need to know from you, what would going to convince you in the next 40 minutes or so that England, there are better days ahead for this team? What do you want to see, Topsy?
First and foremost, a win. That always helps. But again, a sense that there is a bit of clarity out there. Yes, you can kind of say there's handling errors and, you know, players are trying to get up to speed. But if there's clarity around the structure and the game plan and what they're trying to do, you can say, OK, they're going to build next week going to Ireland. They're going to build coming back here to Fiji. If it looks disorganised, if it looks anything more than that, then you might start to think, right, is there enough clarity as we build towards the World Cup?
You've got a massive dot in the Welsh camp of momentum from that victory and that performance at the Principality a week ago. How much of that would be lost if things don't turn out to go your way today, do you reckon?
I think there's obviously, we took a lot of confidence from the win last week, keeping England scoreless. I think, look, there's 40 minutes of rugby ahead of us here. I don't think the boys will be too concerned going in at half-time. We know there's more in us. And look, let's see how the second half unfolds, and I'm sure the boys are going to come out and give it their all like we did last week.
Yeah, you came good last week in the second half, that's for sure. England will be on their guard and on their mettle. Obviously, we've got to talk about this. Jack Van Poortvliet, Dowie Lake, George Martin's a question mark over that injury as well. I mean, the Van Poortvliet injury looked like a particularly nasty one.
Yeah, such a shame when things like that happen. You can see he kind of stood on the back of Joe Marchant's ankle and has ended up rolling his own. So we'll wait and see for scans and assessments to what that looks like. But it's kind of the unfortunate part of this pre-World Cup process that you just hate to see it, but players will get injured and players will get called into the squads. So we hope they're okay. Dowie as well. George Martin, a question mark over him, that they're not serious and the guys still play a part in the World Cup. But that's where your squad selection and your standby list becomes very, very important, because the guys that haven't made the plane know that within a moment they could be getting called up and they could have a part to play in this World Cup.
Elliot, thanks very much for joining us. Topsy's part of the team all day, but really appreciate it. Good luck with your going forward with you and Wales. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay, so, neither team will be satisfied with their first 40 minutes work particularly, but we have got to understand this is early season stuff for both teams. After the break, they'll want to find that clarity of vision. They'll want to find a bit of accuracy, of course, sustained pressure, the maximum number of phases in that first half, 8 phases. I want more where that came from. Join us after the break for part 2.
He bulleted that pass, 20.4 meters.
I wonder what you would do if you had the power to dream any dream you wanted to dream. You would, I suppose, start out by fulfilling all your wishes. Love affairs, banquets, wonderful journeys. And after you'd done that for some time, you'd forget that you were dreaming.
Oh, you want to call the shots, huh?
And if we could just get final approval on the primary market...
Well, you better be the loudest voice in the room.
That we should be ready to send to our partners.
Cut out the jibber-jabber.
The documents are currently with our legal team, and I look forward to working with you further on this project. Anyway, thank you.
And if you see an opportunity, grab it.
Hello. I want to talk to you about my urine leakage. But first, let's get comfortable. That's better. Tenormen absorbent protectors are designed for men. Fits discreetly into my underwear. You'd never know. And they protect like Tenor, so no more dribble dramas.
Tenormen.
Wish your phone would last longer? It does with Vodafone Evo's lifetime service promise, with battery refresh and lifetime warranty. What's not to love? Phones last longer with Vodafone Evo's lifetime service promise, standard on every phone at no extra cost.
Video analysis was so key. The one game I actually managed to find out that my opposition winger struggled to turn, was very slow in the turn, when the kick went in behind him, and that gave me such a competitive advantage. In business, you always are trying to look for that little bit of knowledge, that little bit of analytical insights. The better you do that, the more you're able to succeed.
Sage gives businesses like Brian Habanas the tools and insights to make better decisions. Sage, helping business flow.
An alternative to tablets, Voltarol Back and Muscle Pain Relief Gel, with its powerful anti-inflammatory active ingredient, targets the source of pain, helping to accelerate recovery. It's not just movement, it's enjoying the new bedroom. Voltarol, the joy of movement.
They've dominated 92% of racks in their own half.
Building up to World Cup liftoff is what these Summer Nation Series games are all about. So we're expecting a bit of rust, a few cobwebs, but I think we'll hope that they will get rid of them in this next 40 minutes or so. Of course, Wales have only won here at Twickenham 3 times in the 21st century. They've still got their boss to impress if they want to be on the plane to France. So plenty of emotional intensity expected in this next 40 minutes or so. And we're about to get underway, so let's head back to Nick and the team in commentary.
Well, the last Wales win here was a famous one. Sam won't need reminding of that.
I don't want to say which one.
That'll do as an end line. 14 unanswered points for Wales last Saturday in Cardiff took them to victory. Over 2 hours of game time now since England last scored a try, since Jamie George scored that one in Dublin, tail end of the Six Nations. 2 hours and 7 minutes. Long overdue from an English perspective. It'll help that Henry Arundel is back on from an English perspective. He's Cross on the right wing and chasing this ball back now, but Farrell was underneath it. He studiously finds Freddie Stewart. Otherwise, both sides unchanged after the break.
All right. Too many penalties. Hand on the ground.
It's a yellow.
Warning was gone.
Tommy Raffel, in his eagerness to get involved, we've only been playing for 41 second half seconds. Tommy Raffel, yellow carded.
Yeah, the straw that brought the camels back. You know, Wales were giving away a lot of penalties pre-half time. They'd been trying to go for that ball at the ruck area. Tommy Raffel is just the victim of that last penalty there. It's like an accumulation for the team. It looks like to me that's a very good turnover. I mean, I might need to see that from another angle. Easy for us to say when we watch it on a nice slow-mo 10 seconds after it's actually happened, but that looks quite harsh. It looks like he did well to throw the player to the ground, release, go on the ball, but Wales have been poor in that area, competing and giving away penalties in the first half, so be it.
I know that Owen Farrell itching to play today, his first game since the Premiership final here on May the 27th. It's felt for him like a very, very long pre-season. It's a still Saturday evening in southwest London. Elements won't be an issue. And that could barely have been any straighter. England 9, Wales 0. Have a look at the penalty.
We've seen
Topsy's smiling.
Are you smiling because you're English, or you're smiling because you think I was right?
No, you've seen players get away with that, but he does have his hand on the grass for half a second. I'll give you half a second before going on the ball.
I maybe watched that through red-tinted glasses, so apologies, Thompson.
It's all right, you're allowed.
That's a lovely restart from Williams, and Wales tipping it back, winning it back, and here goes Joe Roberts. Chance to really enjoy Joe Roberts on his Wales debut so far, but to see a bit more of him. That's gone forward, and Tame Plumtree slapping his hands in frustration.
Knock on. Knock on by Wales.
There's Roberts. He was summed up rather neatly this week by Warren Gatland. You may have heard Warren Gatland saying, "I like his footwork. I like his carrying. He's left-footed, which helps. Left-footed kicker. He's also got big thighs and a big backside, which is positive for a midfielder."
I think that's the less politically correct way of saying he's powerful. Normally big glutes associate with big power, but he's a great prospect for Wales. He's actually been around. He's probably a little bit older than some people think. It's not like he's 20. So he's sort of been around for a few seasons at the Scarlets. Jonathan Davis, who we mentioned at the start of the game, has been injured. So he's played 12 of the last 13 games of the Scarlets with a good European Challenge Cup run. Got a lot of good game time under his belt with some pretty big games. So good to see him have his chance. Thoroughly deserved it at international level this summer.
And he's got a big backside.
Set! Hold!
The scrum has been a bit of a mess for both, and now Wales with the opportunity to celebrate. Thomas Williams very nearly took that quickly. England players have turned their back on it. But Wales will take the penalty and try to drive this to within 5 metres of the corner flag. Or will they? No, they're going for the shot at post.
So I was looking really intently to see who was the decision makers. It was Adam Beard who was umming and ahhing. And I'll be honest, I was umming and ahhing, deciding what you think would be the best thing to do. Owen Williams was talking. Liam Williams came running in from far. Thompson, I'm sure you saw it as well. You're nodding along, and it's almost like he said, "Whoa, boys, take the 3." Maybe that's what 80-odd caps of experience, 85 caps of experience does for you. But let's get back in the game. If you're within touching distance, so you're within 7, so this obviously to 6, you're only an intercept away from being in the lead. So I think it's a smart call. Get 3 on the board, get back in touching distance.
Owen Williams, who was caught up sadly in Worcester's demise at the start of last season, found refuge with the Ospreys, playing again for Wales. Oh! cross off an English post. But Wales on the board. England 9, Wales 3.
You're right about Liam Williams. He came a long way to tell Thomas Williams, everybody calm down. We haven't had an opportunity really since those couple of line-outs to score points. Let's get 3 points on the board. Let's take some of the time off the clock in this yellow card period. Just start to chip away at this England lead. Very smart, intelligent play by your leaders.
Plumtree up there, not cleanly, and Marchant has it. Toying with the touchline. Wales will have the throw.
The kick-off reception is it's an underrated skill. It's actually very difficult, and Plumtree is there to just watch anything coming over that lifting pod. Adam Beard looks like calls it's gone way too far over. He didn't go up, so he's got then much less time to react to that ball. I think it was a bit of a mix-up in communication between the lifting unit, which involved Adam Beard, and Plumtree there. Get away with it and get the ball back. But those kick-offs, it's like the third set piece. Got to be so good at receiving those kick-offs.
Sam Parry's throw.
Don't move. Step back. Yeah.
Half a dozen caps now for Sam Parry, but it's been a while since his 5th, summer of 2021. Oh, and Law's got there well, and Youngs and George and Vunipola as England with ball that they were not expecting.
Ball is out. Yeah, ball is out.
Plumtree's down injured. He looks like he's in a lot of pain with an arm injury. So Wales defensively without Plumtree, and England make it easy for them, playing the ball on the floor. It's Maro Itoje who's the left to at the last to get up. But once again, attention on Plumtree. Looks like a hand injury maybe. In a lot of pain, Wales number 8.
Yeah, he's just had a shot there. He's just to the left of the red pack of forwards that you can see on the left of your screen, but he doesn't look good. Normally when a player's up like that, it's unlikely he's going to carry on, cradling his arm there. Whether that's a shoulder or elbow injury, can't tell. Doesn't look like he's going to be playing on.
He's coming off. Wales have got Tane Basham as the back row replacement, and he will come on. Meantime, Tompkins off the long line out. This is Thomas, Gareth Thomas.
Tackle.
Joe Marler charging up, not catching anything. Joe Roberts. And Thomas Francis to Rhys Davis. Williams, Owen Williams. Spins it to Liam Williams.
Turnover, fine, good still.
And England have turned it over. Is that the 5th England turnover? 6th now. They're doing well on the floor, and Daly is tackled by Lydia. Martin and Marler waiting. It is Martin. Francis leaning over that. Youngs. And Marchant and Farrell. Oh, he never got his fingers sorted out. Both sides at times, all fingers and thumbs.
And the spaces are there, they really are. Like I say, both teams just really struggling with their accuracy, with their ball skills. Even just those little bits of communication, because he players pointing, go left, go right. Owen Farrell, probably the first mistake he's made this afternoon, but you can see the space. He's about to throw it, double pumped, and then literally just slips out of his fingers.
Lots of Wales changes. Chris Chinza, a prayer as he makes his way onto the pitch. Dylan Lewis with us, and also Kemsley Mathias, number 17, the Scarlet, a debut for the 24-year-old. Part of the Scarlets running in the Challenge Cup last season, and he can now call himself a Test match player. So,
what a season! He ousted Wyn Jones, British and Irish Lion, from the starting team of the Scarlets, held that berth for most of the season, and now he's getting his call up now with the same 20s team as Jack Morgan, Sam Costello. A good group of lads have come through from that team, and now he gets his chance to get a cap today. So congratulations to the big man.
You'll recognise him. So many memories of a stellar career. Amongst the highlights, the 23 points for Dan Biggar in that 2015 World Cup win that we were alluding to a little earlier.
So I think it's a good call bringing on Big at that point. The phase before that we just saw, Wales were playing quite a lot of rugby on their own 10-metre line. That's not typical of Wales. You give it a shot for 2 or 3 phases. If it's not on, you revert to a kick. Wales were quite stubborn, kept playing into the England defence, to which Joe Marchant got a turnover. Ben Earl taking his time to get his top on as the crowd are enjoying that. But I think Biggar will just bring a little bit more composure to this back line, maybe a bit more of a savvy kicking game to make sure that Wales play the right areas, because right now possession and territory has been edged by England in this match.
Owen Williams looks a little bit frustrated as he came off. Might think that he's not had the opportunity to stamp his personality, his game on this contest.
Yeah, it's been a tough 49 minutes for him, and he's not had much front football, not had much possession in territories where he can really showcase his skill and his talent. And he'll be thinking now, right, have I done enough? Do I need to do more going into next weekend to make sure I'm one of those 33 going to France? So those are some of the things that will play on your mind. Disappointing afternoon, but you have to hope that you get another opportunity to really show your hand, because it's been difficult for Wales so far in this game.
Warren Gatland telling us after the match last Saturday that he had to name his starting 15 now for the World Cup for Fiji. He's probably only really got 3 names nailed down. It'd be interesting to know who those 3 are, but he's got lots of options and still lots of questions to answer.
I don't think he's trying to buy himself time there. I think that's true. Wales are probably where they are now. Gatsby would probably like them to have been in this position 12 months ago. And all this experimentation doing now, you would have done in the autumns, in 2022. But he's finding out about his squad now, really close to a World Cup. He's inherited a squad late, so I do think that's genuine. There's still lots of places for grabs.
Hold up! Oh, yes.
Nika Amashikeli's patience being tested by both front rows. You suspect it was Will Stewart who went down on that occasion. Chance to accumulate a few more test match miles. Stewart missed out on the Six Nations. And Wales haven't found touch. Just Arundel instead, and he's happy to hoof it as far as he can into the arms of Thomas Williams. Now then, Biggar.
Wales hold in front, hold.
Eddie Stewart's come from a long way. He timed that brilliantly. Wales actually opted not to kick the ball much to him last Saturday. A deliberate tactic. Joe Thokanasiga took most of the artillery, but Freddie Stewart today has been watertight. Now Farrell switching the point of attack, and here goes Earl, the man with no number. Elliot Daly popping up in midfield, and Itoje, Billy Vunipola. Twickenham, or at least the vast majority inside the stadium, aching for England to put together some meaningful moves, get a bit of rhythm. It's another kick skyward, looking for territory. A little bit fortunate, went backwards. Marler, shake to pass and then give it the shoulder. Farrell, Daly again in midfield, and now Lawrence again. First instinct, straighten up. Now for the first time in a while, England raising voices. Farrell and Daly. It's as likely as England have looked all match. Itoje, and then Laws trucks it on. Youngs, Jamie George. Over the last couple of hours of match time, this is where England have come unstuck. What's the accuracy like now inside the 22? And Wales have done brilliantly. Liam Williams on the floor, he's ripped it away.
First man, good jackal.
I don't think there's a better fullback in the world really who's as brave as Liam Williams. A brilliant jackal turnover just to bail Wales out of this situation. Elliot Daly was brilliant to get Ollie Lawrence away. You said his name a lot there, Nick, in that set of play. Got his hands on the ball 3 or 4 times. Really good as that second pair of hands outside Owen Farrell. He's either playing as that first receiver or getting the ball out wide. Then England get to that zone again where they want to look to score and just don't look after the ball. Credit to Liam Williams, but England got to do better in looking after their ball in that 22-metre zone.
7 visits to Wales 22, 6 points. Topsy.
Time is off. Number 1 wide, change.
And it's a problem that England have really needed to address. They're getting into those right positions, but then if your cleaners aren't there, when you get no sound, will analyse the technique. He's celebrating that one because he knows he's bailed his team out there.
Ellis Genge, 50th cap, England skipper a week ago on. Tommy Reffell, by the way, is back on for Wales. He has served his yellow card. 4th line-out loss for Wales. Drawing up a list of negatives today. The line-out will be one of them. Liam Williams' performance at fullback won't be, but he's been snaffled and 6-7 metres away.
It is on the chest, not on the neck. Not on the neck.
Tackle on the chest, so it wasn't overly high.
Yeah.
I like the communication that Nika Amashakeli's got as a referee. Very clear, you know where you stand. Players, most importantly, know where they stand.
I agree, I think he's very good referee.
No. And now use it.
Liam Williams is back on his feet now. Stewart. Oh, Tommy Reffell just about slowed his club teammate down. Genge. First significant bit of snorting from him. Farrell away very quickly to Earl, doing that job off the shoulder that we talked about before the match. Billy Vunipola, looking for Genge. Genge gets it, but it went forwards.
Knock on.
Looking like it might be one of those afternoons again, Topsy.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully with the time we have left, we do get more. But these are the areas of the pitch where you really want to see that cohesion in England's attack. Just getting an explanation. But especially off kick counter in the areas 40 in where England have looked more likely like attacking. Are we starting now to see that variety? Are we starting to see those players running into those gaps? You're seeing glimpses of it, but then again, whether it's a breakdown or whether it's a last pass, it's still just not quite sticking.
Go up. Okay, come here again. Come here.
Let's be frank, it's not a great game, but I know loads of people who are coming to Twickenham for the first time today, getting to enjoy a test match for the first time today, able to get tickets in a way that they might not be able to if it was an autumn international, especially if it was a Six Nations. Loads of youngsters dotted around the crowd in red and white shirts.
We get a yellow card. Is that fair?
I guess I find some of the small battles interesting. Yes, the game hasn't had the tries that we'd all would want to see, but I'm looking at performances from Ben Earl. I think who's looked really good. Dan Cole's just about to come on the pitch. I think Elliot Daly's looked really nice and slotted around in the back line. Farrell's game management's been good. I'm looking at all the small wins I think England can look at, but collectively, certainly, there obviously is some improvement here.
So I'm going to let you know.
Here's Dan Cole. He and Courtney Laws and Ben Young's all picked to go to a 4th World Cup start of the week.
Problems all the way through from the both sides. Okay? Yeah. So we overload on the bind. You angle up. Stay flat all the way through.
It's a lot of technical scrummaging stuff at the moment.
Well, I think he's getting frustrated at the amount of time that it's taking to get through these scrums and putting both teams on notice that any more of that and he'll just go to the card. He'll try and speed the game up. I think we appreciate it is a pre-season game and these guys are warming up, but ultimately we want to speed the game up, so if the referee can help that, then absolutely.
Go in, man.
That's well taken by Tame Basham. He was under an awful lot of pressure there. Having to bash his head to get that ball out. Now then, Rogers. Williams. Oh! That wasn't so good from Basham.
That is the effect of Ellis Genge running off the line as fast as he possibly can. That's going to put off most players. That looks like an unforced error. That's great defence from Ellis Genge. He comes flying off the line and brings that line speed.
White.
He knows he's done a good job there.
Stop 14 white.
But that's not an unforced error. Here we go. He comes flying out. That's just Tame Basham. Just got one eye on Ellis Genge now. And then if he holds on to that ball, Genge's going to throw everything at him. Good line speed from Ellis Genge.
We're waiting for it. Time back on. Warning still on.
Henry Arundel's day draws to a close. George Ford is on. So this is going to prompt a major reshuffle in England's back line. Ford will go to 10. Farrell will go into midfield. And Joe Marchant, as he did across the road for Harlequins last season, on a number of occasions, will spend some time out on the wing.
Yeah, very used to seeing Joe Marchant out there, and it'll mean Owen Farrell will switch between 12 and 13, just depending on field position. So he's sat at 13 now to again create that kick and run option, assuming the ball comes out of the set piece.
Number 1 to me, please. Number 1.
Number 1 is Ellis Genge. He's actually wearing 17.
Overleaning and on the knee. Warning was gone.
He's gone.
Yes.
He's not been long with us.
Overleaning and going down.
And England's scrum, rather as it did in the second half in Cardiff, has not been entirely convincing in this second half. And it's cost them Genge for 10 minutes. And Wales now with a potential foothold.
When you think, do Wales take the 3 points? There's no Lee Halfpenny. If he was on the pitch, that makes that decision maybe a bit easier. But with Genge going off, you now got a man up in the line-out. England have competed well at line-out, but maybe with a man down now, they decide not to go in the air, stop that driving maul. It'll be interesting to see England's tactic. Do they go up in the air with a man down, which gives them a disadvantage to hit that maul, or do they keep the maul on the deck and really fight this maul that could be coming from Wales?
Maul.
Kieran Williams is on for his Wales Test debut. Takes the place of Nick Tompkins, and he's looking eager. Socks rolled down, but meantime Wales go the other way and look for the first try of this contest with Basham just short. Tom Rogers away to the right-hand side. He's being eyed up by Thomas Williams, but for the time being they're keeping it tight. Kemsley Mathias wasn't far away. England desperately sandbagging that try line. And there goes Rafael. Dylan Lewis to the left. Thomas Williams with Beard as an option as well, but they go wider, and then the cross kick. It's a decent one, it's a brilliant one. Oh, and Freddie Stewart and Williams scores, but there's so much to pick out there. The Freddie Stewart tackle off the wonderful crossfield kick, and then what looked like a try. A lot in Nika Amashakeli's in tray right now.
I see your flag.
Sticking in the air.
Really?
In the air. At least to see your car from the air.
Brian, you hear us?
Touch judge is the Italian Andrea Piardi. The TMO is Ireland's Brian McNeese.
Why do you look, please?
The try scored. And would it have been scored in a more advantageous position? If not, we're sticking in the try.
Brian, before we see a tackle, can we clarify if the tackle was scored actually after that action?
So Biggar's kick, looking for Adams, but Adams then taken in the air early by Freddie Stewart. This is what the girls and boys in the Hawkeye booth are watching. Oh dear me. Well, Freddie's been here before.
Yeah, well, we know that's a penalty. I mean, we thought the kick was hanging in the air, but it's well done by Josh Adams. He's got the angle. That's a penalty.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously,
okay, Brian, so we got a decision here. We just need to check if try was actually scored after or not. For me, yeah.
And then it's a question of when the whistle was blown, because if the Wales were allowed to play on, they've scored the try.
You have to give a try, but for us it's a clear yellow card. yeah, in a more advantageous place, yeah. You need to see if the try is scored actually. Okay.
There are two things to check here. It sounds like Freddie Steward's going to get a yellow card, and it looked as if Wales scored the try as well, or did they? Oh, on that second roll,
So he
Liam
lost
Williams
the ball
must
at
have.
that time. No, now the front, yeah.
Oh, as he lost it, been stripped away.
Yeah. All right. I don't think this is try, so I'm going to explain. Get a 15, please. So what's happened is you've clearly taken him in the air. Yeah. So it's a probable try would have been scored. If not, that's a foul play and a penalty try against yourself, all right? It's a yellow card.
Well, it was
goes for offensive review as well.
Freddie Steward who got back onto his feet to save the try, but he goes for 10 minutes. He's yellow carded, and England are down to 13 all of a sudden.
And now quickly the game can change. I mean, that is the right outcome. Freddie Steward has taken Josh Adams out in the air, and then the question is penalty, yes. Penalty try makes it a yellow card as well. It was just a question of whether play was allowed to continue for Liam Williams to go and score. That wasn't conclusive. So then you come back to this incident, and how precious those 3 points that Wales took earlier are now. One incident, crossfield kick, they've got a penalty try, up 2 men as well. How quickly the game can turn.
I think it's smart from Biggar. You know, he turned down the 3, went for the corner. Wales managed to get a good maul, and then he went for the crossfield kick. So it's good leadership from Dan Biggar.
So because the try would have been scored in all probability
and use it
by Josh Adams before he was pulled down, and it is a penalty try, and Wales are ahead. And we're into the final quarter of this contest. And here goes Kieran Williams. Have to wait until he's 26 to get his go at test level. Bit of a buzz around Kieran Williams, the Osprey. And England have got to cover an awful lot of Twickenham, 2 bodies down. Thomas Williams, bigger. Very few better at exploring spaces than Dan Biggar. Forward came up, but instead it was Daly. Daly's had a good game. As you say, Sam, one of those England players who has really caught the eye today. What can Ford offer? Teammate Tommy Raffel was onto him.
Wales, hold in front.
Williams re-employing Ford.
Hold back, hold.
There's Kieran Williams. He's a proper midfield bruiser, Sam. He's been likened to Scott Gibbs, which always seems on. I'm not sure I like these comparisons, but if you're looking at the kind of player he is, that's the kind of player he is.
No, you're right, though. It does sum him up very well. He's been exceptionally good for the Ospreys. Really powerful, really deserves his chance at international rugby. But again, there's so many centres for Wales. Going to be really difficult to narrow those down to 4. As Gatlin has hinted, he'll pick 4 centres.
That's the end of Billy Vunipola's afternoon. First game since April. And he's replaced by Jack Willis. Bittersweet news for him last Sunday when he heard he would be off to the World Cup. But there he is. His brother Tom wouldn't be. Tom debut off the bench last Saturday. Such is the nature of World Cups and potential injuries. Who know, we may well see the 2 brothers together. That's for another day. This is Jamie George for England, doing what they can. They've got themselves into a right old hole here. They've not played well. And now they're down to 13. And they're behind on the scoreboard. Matthias over the top of the ball. Farrell and Ford combining, and Daly trying to sweep round, but Liam Williams has got back. He's looked every inch a world-class player today, Liam Williams, and he finds Chinza. And Chinza manages to get it away to Basham, and Basham doing all sorts of Phil Bennett-like moves there. That was fabulous. And Lydiate keeps things going, and Dylan Lewis and Wales just starting to stretch themselves here. Liam Williams is down on one knee. He won't be involved in this. Kieran Williams is going, and now the burst from the hooker Sam Parry, and Wales somewhere near full flight here, or at least they were before England slowed things down.
All started by that man Liam Williams in the backfield. He's been a class act all afternoon, and again Farrell trying to probe way into those backfield spaces, but Liam Williams, no panic. He knows there's space. England are down 2 men, so if you can just get a half break, get into that backfield, then it's on. And then what you want to see is this: players flooding through, offloading, keeping the ball alive and moving it, and then going left to right as well, playing across the width of the pitch. Really, really good stuff. Lovely switch on the end as well. Like I say, space is just starting to appear for Wales, and they're really able to open up.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. You want an official TMO check? Okay. TMO call.
Ryan McNeice being wheeled back out by Nika Amashikeli.
Okay, Brian.
We're going to have another look at something. I'm not sure if it's going to be Farrell's hits on Tane Basham when he supported Liam Williams' initial line break. We'll have a look now.
All right.
Oh dear.
I'll tell you now, he's gone.
Shoulder to head. And that doesn't look good for the England captain.
All right, Brian, so we got this. Oh, hang on.
There's the potential here for it to get grislier and grislier for England. If they do lose Farrell to a red card, they will be losing Owen Farrell at the start of the World Cup.
Yeah, there'll be a suspension following as well. And there can't be any arguments.
No. Brian, what we are seeing is a clear head contact, yeah? All right. Finish. Okay. Brian, it's a yellow card and off-field review.
Well, it's going to go to
and give me the place
review
of the infringement, please.
To the foul play review officer.
All right, number 10, please. Owen. Come in. It's a clear high tackle. Okay. So that's a minimum of a yellow card and goes for off-field review, all right?
So Owen Farrell will head off for 10 minutes, and now with this new trial that we're seeing this summer in the Summer Nation Series, we will check via the bunker as to whether that's worth a red.
Yeah, so the bunker now have 8 minutes to decide, as it stays a yellow or do they upgrade it to a red. Looking at that, there's no mitigation, there's no change in direction from Tane Basham, there's no sudden drop in height. I just can't see any mitigation there. I'd be very surprised if that's not upgraded to a red card. I don't know what you think, Topsy.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I'm in agreement. I mean, the shoulder is tucked. There's not a clear wrap, so you do very, very well to find mitigation that doesn't stop that being upgraded to a red card.
Make sure you're a captain. Now, we don't know, but now, up from this point, you have the responsibility to control your players.
At some point over the next 8 minutes, he will hear whether he has gone from this match for good. And almost certainly gone from the start of England's World Cup, that opening game against Argentina, and then they travel to Nice to play Japan. And it's not the first time that we've talked about Owen Farrell and high tackles and shoulder tackles.
Yeah, it is. We have been here before, unfortunately, and there's always been this risk with the way that he does tackle that one was going to go really wrong. And you know, we talk about the initial outset. Now we've got this red card review in the bunker, but then the aftermath of that, the World Cup, and even this game now, England are down to 12 men. So the rest of the team now have to figure out a way to manage this period.
Nice moment for Owen Farrell then. You wouldn't have seen it, but off screen he made the effort to go off his chair and see Tane Basham, who's gone off for a HIA precautionary, but just to check he was okay. Nice moment.
Now for England, Ellis Genge off, Freddie Stewart off, Owen Farrell off, perhaps permanently. All the opportunities for Wales now to do something that they've not done since that famous Saturday night in the World Cup in 2015 and win here at Twickenham. And Liam Williams, who has been a real driving force all match, but particularly since half-time. Break from Roberts, and he's done well, and there's got to be loads of space, and it's being exploited by Thomas Williams. Thomas Williams flies in, Wales are flying away. It's brilliant for Wales, it's a bag full of problems for England.
And there's a lovely bit of skill in there by Dan Biggar to set things underway. Brilliantly finished by Thomas Williams. Biggar starts this, he sets up to kick, and then just changes dummies, draws in Ollie Lawrence and creates that space on the outside for Joe Roberts, and then it's just about flooding the channels. Your 9 is always going to be there on the inside. Thomas Williams follows up. Spaces everywhere, lovely try for Wales, and really, look at this, dummies, and then accelerates. It just draws Ollie Lawrence in for half a second, and that's all you need to create that space for Roberts. Really subtle, but brilliantly done. And the finish is there. Wales had umpteen numbers to come through. Really, really good stuff.
Of course, Wales are 3 men to the good, but I think there's so much good. Nick, you said it in the previous phase of play. Liam Williams, again, just showing such great composure. He let the ball bounce, which is almost a sin from a fullback, but he didn't panic, stayed calm, got the ball, made meters again, and then that man Dan Biggar again, just finding the space. He said first half, he's done an exceptional job since coming on, and just finding the space and exploiting this England defence.
Biggar's conversion is a good one, and it's a big 7 points, and Wales not yet out of reach, but not far off it, and England with just a dozen on the pitch. How on earth do they sort this out? Here's Kieran Williams. By the way, Rhys Davis is with us. England have a penalty. The work of Courtney Lawes on the floor.
Lovely work there by Courtney Lawes. Getting just what England needed, just to take some momentum back. George Ford will try and get us as close to the 5-metre line as he can. But good technique, straight on the ball.
Use the line, use the line.
Gives England an opportunity to try and fight their way back into this game.
It'll take something for 12 players to score a try against 15. This might be the best option. Chinsa really putting his back into it for Wales, but England finding softer shoulders, crabbing sideways but also forwards, and the 12 do score. And that's a roar for the 12, and a Toje as much as anything else, a roar of defiance around Twickenham. And England's first try since the ones that they got in Dublin in the Six Nations. A long, long time coming.
Well, and they absolutely needed that. Really good drills there. Just slowly probing away, even though they're creeping sideways, they've got good shape in there. And then as they get momentum and the penalty advantage, you can see the backs joining in now. They know this is their opportunity. Ben Young's in there, Ollie Lawrence in there. And then Toje doesn't score many, but that is a huge one in the context of this afternoon.
2 hours and 34 minutes since England's last try. And George Ford, last test points here against Wales before COVID struck in the 2020 Six Nations, and he's scoring. And England within a point. And Ellis Genge is back on.
I think fans relieved to see that England have got into the 22 and managed to get a try. Error from Wales was that they had 3-man advantage and 2 forwards sitting off that driving ball.
Meantime, the verdict is in.
So, back of decision has been a player to a red card.
And there's the bunker in operation. And there goes Owen Farrell. And there goes England's captain. And any hope he may have had of leading them out against Argentina in Marseille. There'll be a band to follow.
And as we expected, I think it was going to be incredibly difficult to find any mitigation. It's a high shot, high degree of danger, direct head contact, and there can be no argument.
So the timing of that isn't great from a stadium and an England perspective. England just scored, Genge has come off the bench from his sin bin. There's a massive vibe, great vibe in this stadium. Then the red card comes out and the crowd go flat again. Just give that one more minute. England are in the ascendancy, but just has dampened the crowd just somewhat.
Offside.
England still have 2 warm-up games to play against Ireland in Dublin next weekend and then Fiji here in a fortnight. And it's always a tricky game to try to guess disciplinary committee decisions, but you'd imagine that that would be at least a 3-game ban, given that there's going to be little mitigation, you would have thought. We're guessing here, but it's kind of what we do.
Yeah, we are guessing, and you know, we have to wait and see what the process, what unfolds. I mean, it is very, very difficult to see him playing in that first World Cup game. There's history as well, so you think that will play a factor as well. His record, we have been here before with tackle school.
Tumbling Taine Basham. And a red-carded Owen Farrell. Line out won by the man who's given England hope, however, Maro Itoje. England at least back up to 13. Freddie Stewart won't be far away from coming back on. Freddie Stewart is back on now, so England to 14. And that's as good as it'll get. There's Jack Willis. Wales penalty.
Latching their ceiling off. Clearly off feet.
Penalties gone against Itoje for falling in off his feet and sealing off the ball. Into the final 10 minutes. A game that was going nowhere is all of a sudden going somewhere.
It's come to life in this last quarter, and it'll be really interesting last minutes coming up, because a lot of talk in the week as well about fitness and understanding where these players are in their pre-season. With the game in the balance, these guys will find extra. Even though it's their first game, they know the game is in the line, momentum has been going back and forth, and that plays a huge factor to your energy levels as well.
Wales change at scrum half. Here's Gareth Davis, not originally scheduled to be involved today. Kieran Hardy pulling out before the kickoff. Max Malin's on for England. Ollie Lawrence being replaced. So a word, Sam, for Thomas Williams, and then a word for Ollie Lawrence. Topsy, how have those two done?
Yeah, Thomas Williams has done well. He's always been a live wire. Game management would have always been a work on for his, but in the last few years that's really come to fruition. I think he is Wales' #1 choice, number 9 going into the World Cup.
And I think Ollie Lawrence has had a very solid game. You know, he's grown into it as he's got more ball, given more opportunity to run. So the question will be going forwards, how do England get more of that? How do they create those opportunities for him? I think he's got a big part to play in this squad going into the World Cup.
Another spiral bomb. And even the great Liam Williams can't deal with that one. And it went forwards, and England celebrate the scrum. And there's a little bit of energy all of a sudden about England, where not so long ago there was none.
Well, the crowd are involved as well. You know, the game has brought them to life. It's got them involved. It's given them decisions to be involved in. And we spoke about this spiral kick. As it's dropping, it picks up speed. So even as a fullback or as a back 3 player, to be able to time your jump. Liam Williams, we know, is one of the best at getting up in the air, but even he can't quite get his timing right. He jumps too far away from the ball, and it goes through that gap in between his hands. So if you execute it right, it is such a brilliant weapon, incredibly difficult to deal with.
Take pressure now and don't cover lead, yeah? Bind up and legs in.
Not too many statistics in England's favour this afternoon, but there's one, and it's a big one.
And a lot of those have come from kicks. They've kicked on occasions very well, England. So that's where they've been good, when they've kicked well. The maul has now come into the game. England need to be England to be good. Good kick game, physical, scrum, maul. Yes, you can add a sprinkling of X factor then in your back line, but when they do the basics well, that's what makes England a good team.
Hold up!
Taine Basham has failed his HIA. We won't see him again today. And surging. That's a mighty run from Ben Earl, and now Itoje. And England setting up camp underneath the posts, 10 metres out. Youngs. Tommy Rafael slowing him down. Ford, Malins. Now then, how about this from Genge? Oh, this really would be something. For a while, England were down to 12. They've had their captain sent off. They've got a penalty advantage, but they're still a point down. But for how much longer? Marchant chasing. Oh, he's got it! Not a lot to smile about for English rugby fans over the last year or so. But if this is a try, this is one of them.
So if it's a clear knock on Brian,
we come back for the penalty for offside.
Okay, for offside. Yeah. No try. Knock on.
Well, the try's already been disallowed, and you can see the grimace on Joe Marchant's face.
No pressure on the ball.
Well, English rugby was smiling for a moment.
Incredible effort. I mean, it would have been a fantastic finish, but he knows didn't quite have control of that ball as he went to ground it.
So what's happening is there's one penalty on the scrum, yeah, right for what? Sorry, hinging number one, and you've been offside here. It's a too many penalties. Warning was issued again. That's a yellow card.
Adam Beard goes. It's been a yellow extravaganza.
Another for the scrum, there.
How far away is the scrum, please, sir?
The scrum is near outside of 22.
Another one.
Okay. Penalty, yeah. Penalty advantage here or there? Yeah.
It's the sixth yellow card if you include the one that was given to Owen Farrell before it was upgraded. England have got a penalty. Got to take the points here, haven't they?
Absolutely, you do. It's a test match. You're here to win. England are at home at Twickenham, and they want to build that winning momentum. We spoke about it pre-game. Win first, and then you can add the layers to that. You lose at home, and then the week just sours a bit. So absolutely the right decision. You have to take the points.
I can't remember the last time I heard applause for a penalty kick at the posts here at Twickenham, but I think the bulk of those inside understand the score.
A lot different from the one at the end of the first half.
To go. This extraordinary final quarter, and the family Ford leading the celebrations. England back ahead. England 19, Wales 17.
I think the last 10 minutes, the momentum has shifted to England so much. The crowd have played a huge part of that. It's the best I've seen this Twickenham crowd for a long, long time. England are really positive with their physicality, with some good attacking kicks. And this crowd, even though they've been men down, has given this team so much more energy.
Dan Biggar is Wales' new captain, Wales' third captain.
That's carried in.
Early injury to Dowie Lake.
Yeah, he's taken back.
Adam Beard has now left us, yellow carded, and it's 14 against 14 for what's left of this contest. Liam Williams doing a very good impression of somebody who looks like a player of the match. We'll get to that decision in a moment. Lost by poor old Kemsley Mathias.
It's a shame that for Wales, because talking about the Wales front line on those kick receipts have done brilliantly for Liam Williams, really protecting him, giving him an armchair ride in that backfield. But then once you've got hold of the ball, that's when you then want to start attacking, turn the pressure back on England, and these unforced errors, unfortunately.
On the set, we were well.
But great effort from George to get off the line again. Jamie George really initiating that that line speed. It's a brilliant place to blitz or rush defend off a kick because you're on the ascendancy as an England player. You know, the Wales players have to retreat backwards, have to get further depth through in their attack. England are coming onto the ball, so you really want to come off the line the phase after a kick reception, because that's when Wales are vulnerable, so they're working backwards and you're on the ascendancy. Good work from Jamie George to follow up a good kick chase and good kick reception.
Advantage. Yeah, scrum is done.
I think the lesson for this last 10 minutes is scrum, maul, high ball, defensive line speed. That's been the big four things which have completely changed for England. Once they get that, they get the opportunities to go to space. I know Martin dropped it, but the opportunity was there, a man down as well. I think they get those four rocks in place. They're such a better team. It's taken them best part of an hour to get there. They discovered it while they were players down as well, which is the reassuring thing for England fans. But that's the cornerstone of a good English performance.
To the final 2 minutes, won by Itoje.
Hands up. Get to one, stop.
Oh, he's been one of those who stood out today for England. Needed to has first test start. And his performance today will have a lot of people wondering why it's taken this long. Willis working hard to lay it back for Youngs. It's more Earl. Helped out by a couple of his Saracens teammates, George and Itoje. Ford. He's pulled strings, George Ford, as he always does.
That's the strength of your squad, to be able to bring on someone like George Ford. Knowing the position that England are in now, they have the lead. So yes, they've gone back to, Sam was saying, set piece, scrum, line-out and the kicking game. Saying to Wales, right, try and break us down from 70, 80 metres. We're happy for you to have the ball there. Really good tactical play.
I know Wales got the ball there, but Courtney Lawes has been exceptional at line-out defence as well. They put a lot of pressure on Wales's line-out today, and Courtney Lawes has been paramount in that effort.
Still time, still hope for Wales. Williams trying to blast a few trademark holes. Bigger Williams. Sure, he deserves to be on the losing side today. Might not yet be on the losing side. Wales have contributed mightily to this contest in the second half. It's been a properly good watch post half-time. I'm sure that Warren Gatland will take as much from this as he did last Saturday. England have the advantage. Time's up. A Twickenham roar. How much did England need that? A game of yellows and a red, twists and turns. Wales so close to winning here for the first time since the 2015 World Cup. But in the end, England, who at one point were down to 12 players, find a way. England 19, Wales 70.
And England will be happy to get away with one. Like I say, all the adversity they went through in that second half, but to be able to put it back and find a way to win will be very pleasing. They got the crowd involved as well. Very quiet for so long, but that actually comes down to what England do on the pitch. That more when there were players down to score that. You saw the noise that came from that and then taking their opportunity. So they have a responsibility to play in that, but ultimately it's a win. It's job done on that front and they can build on that. Going into Ireland, they've got work to do, but they're in a much happier place.
I think from a Welsh perspective, they'll actually be quite pleased. I think they'd be disappointed they threw away a 3-man advantage while they were in the lead. But given that I think maybe only 4 or 5 of these players in this game will be in their starting team in the World Cup, I think it's a massive effort from Wales. But the game was so harem-scarem at the end, we didn't do our player of the match. I was leaning towards Liam Williams when Wales looked like in the ascendancy, but it's going to go to an Englishman. I thought that man in shot there, Ben Earl, was exceptional at number 7. It's the second week in a row I picked at number 7, but apologies, but I thought his work in defence with his line-out maul, was in the breakdown, he got his hands on the ball as well, the energy he brought to the game. He is my player of the match.
On the occasion of his first Test start, how much closer will Warren Gatland be to his 33 off the back of that, Sam? Did anyone absolutely stick their hands up who might have surprised you?
I thought Thomas Williams showed why he's number 9, because he has moments, great moments within games that he showed last week, he showed this week, and I thought Liam Williams at 15, I thought he was exceptional. He was so good. There was two of the best spiral bombs that I've ever seen, which is the only 2 balls that he dropped. Other than that, he was brilliant, not just on the high ball, but positionally, counter-attack, his composure, his leadership at key moments as well on penalty decisions. Liam Williams was exceptional, and he's put a real big stake in the ground for his starting place at the World Cup.
A couple of old Saracens mates, Billy Vunipola and Liam Williams, and we wonder about Dowie Lake, and we wonder about Jack Van Poortvliet, both sides with some injury questions to answer.
Yeah, absolutely, and that'll be as part of the debrief of the performance. He'll be looking at the injuries, making sure who's healthy, who's not, and getting ready for next weekend.
So England win, due in large part to the efforts of the player of the match, Ben Earl, and he is with Sonia.
Ben, how did you win that game?
Through a lot of hard work. I think the last 7 weeks or however long the boys started, that's proof of that just then, working right to the end. We speak about never stopping, and I think we showed that today. We're down to 12 men at one point, and we looked around the circle and said there's enough there, so we're really pleased.
There were echoes of Wellington in 2003 with Itoje going over, the 12-man effort effectively. What were you saying to each other in that period when you had all the men in the bin?
I think we just said rely on what we've done, rely on the messages that we've been given, trust our game plan. And look, we've got so many great leaders in this team that we just look around and there's just so much rugby IQ, so much knowledge. We're just overwhelmed to win at home, show a bit of fight in terms of questions were asked of us last week, and we're really pleased.
We ripped the plaster off a little bit though. Until that last period of play, it was a bit grisly from England. Is this just a squad that hasn't played much rugby?
Yes and no. I think Test match rugby to a certain extent, certainly against a team like Wales, it's not going to be pretty in the first 40, 60 minutes. I don't know how many kicks there were, but it felt like there was a hell of a lot, and it's just about staying in that fight, and the game was going to open at some point, and unfortunately it opened up when we had 12 men, but we fought really hard and we're really pleased.
You played really well, Ben. Well done to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers. Oh, what an extraordinary end to this game here at Twickenham this afternoon. 64 minutes gone, England down to 12 men, Wales in the ascendancy. It looked to all manner that England's goose was well and truly cooked. But somehow they found a way to get a win, a much-needed win. 4 weeks to the start of the World Cup, of course, and that game against Argentina, 4 weeks today. Obviously, they'll be playing that game in Marseille, and that is a much-needed shot in the arm for England. That, if you remember, the last time they were here at Twickenham, they lost 53-10 to France. This crowd needed something to shout about and to smile about, and they got it at the end of that game. But many negatives, many issues that will have to be dealt with over the next few days or so by Steve Borthwick and his team. The major one of that, of course, Owen Farrell getting a red card and unlikely to miss to start that game against Argentina on September the 9th. Ellis Genge will be having a few words with his team. 50th cap for him today. He's probably, the message in there, I'm guessing, is, boys, we don't give up. We'll find a way. Let's take this forward. So, some stern words, some big thinking to do in that England camp. And obviously, just that last 15 minutes or so needs a bit of reviewing. Thomas Williams scored the Welsh try, and for all money it looked like they were going on to win the game with England down to 12 men. Liam Williams played a part in that, spiking that Welsh attack. Dowie Lake, unfortunately injured, but he thinks we've got the news from the camp, we suspect he might well be okay. but nearly a famous day for Wales and Welsh rugby. But of course, they've all yet to make the 33 going to France. So unbelievable last 15 minutes. We struggle to have things to talk about at the half-time break. We will not struggle when we come back after this break. Thomas Williams scoring that try that looked like having Wales on top. Then Owen Farrell, that shoulder, that tackle issue. He's already done a tackle safety course. He can't do another one of those. And then the final winning penalty from George Ford. England find a way to win. So much to pick through when we come back with Steve Borthwick and members from both camps after the break.
He bulleted that pass, 20.4 meters.
Gradually reduce grey is the easiest way with Control GX Grey Reducing Shampoo. Reduce a little grey every time you wash for subtle looking results. Control GX from Just for Men.
When I say energy, what do you think of? Fuel? Electricity? Yes. Wow. But you can go further. How about gliding? Now that is energy. And love, laughs, or songs? Of course. Even dreams. That's what powers Honda full hybrid technology.
With People's Postcode Lottery, Saturday's just got a million times better.
Amazing!
Every single Saturday, one lucky postcode is guaranteed to win a share of £1 million.
Thought, yeah, I'm going to try my luck. And my luck came in. It set us up for life.
For a chance to win Millionaire Street, play before midnight on the 24th of August.
Join in, because one day they could be knocking on your door like they've just knocked on ours.
Someone's knocking at the door. Somebody's ringing the bell.
Live your best phone life on the UK's fastest 5G network through.
What's the job? We destroy their whole nuclear program.
My God.
Cover us blind. Stretch and point, just across the Afghan border. We have to get to Kandahar.
There will be no sanctuary for you.
No one is coming to rescue us. Just want to go home. Get down.
Why pay more when you can score with Virgin Media? Save £25 a month versus Sky's nearest equivalent services. Enjoy TNT Sports, Sky Sports TV and ultra-fast broadband, all for just £65 a month. Virgin Media. See what you can do. Visit virginmedia.com.
They've dominated 92% of rucks in their own half.
The big bonus for England today as they build towards the World Cup is that they have a win under their belts, an unexpected win, albeit when it's 15 minutes to go, but that positive may well be outweighed by the many negatives. Jack Van Portfleet with an injury, and of course the red card to Owen Farrell, and we'll talk about that in a moment or two. But whatever your football allegiances, you might want to give We Are Newcastle United a watch. It's a really interesting behind-the-scenes look at the club season, including their remarkable journey to the UEFA Champions League football. The first episode is available now on Prime, and then new episodes drop every Friday onwards until the story is told. So you can see what it meant to England to get a win here at Twickenham and not to lose that proud record of not having lost to Wales in 2015 and that painful World Cup defeat. Who can forget that one? but somehow they found a way to win, and that man, George Ford, sealed the deal. 19-17 the final score. Finally, Twickenham bouncing. That was their mission pre-match. They got the job done, but at what cost? We have been joined by George Ford, the man who kicked that winning penalty. And George, it's as us lot here are trying to sort of disseminate what just happened out there from your point of view, from an England standpoint, but you've got to win. But what about all the other stuff that went on? What's your overriding feelings at this point?
Proud of the boys. When you have a plan in the week and you try and have a vision of how the game's going to go, you probably don't envisage it like it's just happened there, how it's unfolded there. I looked over at one stage, we had 3 guys sat on the sin bin chairs and we was under our sticks with about 15 minutes left, but that's a big win for us in terms of belief. It's a big win for us in terms of toughing it out, and also the boys up front won it us at set piece. When you come to the maul and you come to the scrum, the traditional stuff of English rugby, them boys who finished the game there were unbelievable.
Yeah, Joe, talking about that moment where you looked over and saw the boys sat on the sideline, what do you then say to the group of players out on the pitch? Because you're probably all thinking the same thing. We're down to 12 men, the momentum is with them, it's not with us. So what do you do then?
The critical thing is understanding what we need to do next, thinking clearly. We had to think a fair bit to think clearly there, of course we did, but come up with a plan and go and execute it and make sure that everybody understands what that plan is next. Look, you plan for everything, but 3 guys off with 15 minutes to go and you're behind on the scoreboard. It's a tricky one, of course it is, but the way the boys went and executed that plan that we thought would win us the game was unbelievable.
George, you just put it down to early season rust. It took a while for the penny to drop for this England side, and we were expecting great things from England, hoping for after last week's disappointment, of course. But why do you think it's taking so long for this attack to spark and the cohesion to come?
I think it's obviously a lot of lads' first games today. It was a lot of lads' first games last week. We've had a great pre-season together. The way we're training and what we're going after in training, we want to be dangerous with ball in hand. We want to get the ball to space. We want to score tries. But I always think the attack side of the ball is always the one that takes the longest. But I can assure everyone that it's going to come. It is going to come.
Got enough time before the start of the World Cup?
100%. But the big thing is, as you look back to today as well, you've got all the foundations and the basics of the game you need to get in place as well, because that's what wins you games like that, them tight games. And then we're going to try and add that bit on top, which is the attack, and I'm 100% sure that'll come.
We've got to talk about the red card to your good old mate, Owen Farrell. It looks like entry level, of course, is 6 weeks, mitigation 2 weeks. But we all sense that will be a ban that will not see him start this World Cup for England. So how do you think the squad will react to that news, if that is indeed what happens? He's your leader and your talisman.
Yeah, he is, and we'll get around him, whatever the situation, whatever the outcome is. He's huge for us. He's our captain. The way he drives things every day is unbelievable. He plays the game on the edge, of course he does, but that's why he's our captain at the same time. So look, it'll all unfold in the next couple of days. I think as a squad, all we've got to focus on and keep on getting better. Whoever's got the opportunity to play for England next week in Ireland, they'll put the best foot forward. And the week after that, and then going into the World Cup will be the same. But one thing for sure, with Steve at the top with the coaches, we'll have the best preparation, the best plan going into the game.
Topsy, you're not a sighting officer, but what do you suspect might happen to Owen Farrell over the next few days?
I think ultimately you've touched on it. There is a ban coming. The question is just about the length of it. And look, Owen Farrell isn't a dirty player, but there have been probably a few too many of incidences that are probably a bit too close to the line, and this one has gone all the way to red card. And like I say, there isn't enough mitigation there. It is clear head contact, and now we'll go through the process. Look, he's going to be out for a while, and as George just touched on, he is a talisman for England. The hope will be that the ban doesn't rule him out indefinitely through the World Cup, and players like George, players like Marcus Smith, and whoever wears that 10 shirt will fill the void as and when he's available. But he is going to have a ban. We just have to wait and see how long it's going to be.
Farrell had a ban for 4 weeks, I think, in January as well. We had that South African incident when he wasn't a few years ago. So what do you work in terms of the tackle height and the tackle discipline? Is that something you work on quite seriously within the England camp?
Yeah, we do. We honestly do. With Kevin Sinfield, we work on it 2 or 3 times a week. Obviously, the tackle height of being as effective in the low position as possible. There's rugby instances on the field, isn't there, sometimes, where someone goes low and you're that second man, and sometimes you endeavour to go low, but they're falling into all them things. There's a lot of them rugby instances. There's a lot of unfortunate events. we endeavour to tackle low. We know how important it is, and we practice it every week.
I'm guessing within that camp there's a great deal of mental strength from the leadership all the way down. But Jack Van Poortvliet as well looks like a man who may miss out as well. That looked like a nasty injury. We're just hypothesising here. We're really keeping our fingers crossed. But how big you're on a trajectory here. How much of will that sort of knock you off course in any way when you get big time injuries like that?
Yeah, well, first again with Jack, we'll get around him. We obviously don't know the situation, but I think the probability of a couple of lads missing out after the squad's name to go into the World Cup is 1 or 2 anyway in this 4-week period. But we try and take everything in our stride. We try, whatever happens, whether it's a positive or a negative in these situations, we try and let it bring the best out of us, and ultimately it gives an opportunity to someone else to play for the country and do their best job for the country, which is what we want to do.
I'm guessing if you're called upon to play a bigger role over the next few weeks, you'll be ready for action.
Yeah, I've tried to do that anyway, to be honest. All 3 of us, Tens, Owen, me and Marcus, work brilliantly together, and all we want is the best thing for the team, and that'll continue to be like that.
George, thanks so much.
And want to build on that performance.
I think we will see a great team of Scotland. It's the 3rd game now. The team hasn't changed that much from the last game, and what they show, especially at the end of the game in the second half, was amazing to see. And they're not randomly 5th best nation in the world, and I hope that France will front up, because if not, they will lose for sure.
Huge opportunity for France. They're trying to build some momentum, aren't they, going into that opening match against New Zealand? So he's put all the big guns in tonight. Yeah, we're not at the same stage of the preparation. That's the first time that the best team of France will turn up today. I think they will struggle a little bit at the start of the game if you compare to last week. It's going to be harder for France. But if they do the thing good and they stick to the score, I think at the end it can be for France. Okay, well, let's hear from both camps now. I spoke to Rafael Ibanez and Gregor Townsend a little earlier. Well, Gregor, it's always a wonderful atmosphere here in the Cauldron. How important is this match to your preparations? Will it give you a real taste of what you could expect here in France in a month's time?
I reckon. Well, we're a long way before kick-off, and it's very noisy. So you can tell in France that the people are really behind their team, but also are gearing up for the World Cup. And this is a brilliant stadium to play rugby.
It's a great opportunity for you to give the players an introduction to that atmosphere as well.
Yeah, it is, and we know we're going up against a team that's ranked higher than us and a very noisy atmosphere, and we're going to get that on 2 occasions in the pool stage of the World Cup. So for us to experience a game in France and hot conditions too, that should be something we'll experience in a month's time. It is good preparation, but it's also about tonight. Like we want to put our best performance out and win this game.
You've already cut a couple of players from the training squad. How close are you to finalising that? Which areas are you perhaps got 1 or 2 question marks over?
That's a very leading question. We're down to 37 players, so there's only four players now to drop out, and we'll be having conversations over the next 2 or 3 days. I hope we've got a full squad to pick from, that everybody come Monday, Tuesday are fit and they get through tonight's game as well.
Good second half from Scotland last week to get the win. This is a fully loaded French side, though. You're not going to be able to give them a 20-point lead, are you?
No, although we did do that in the Six Nations and almost came back to win. But we realise we have to make it hard for France to score, but also not lose our focus or our belief if they do score. They'll probably average 25, 30 points no matter who they're playing. So we've got to make sure that we keep that lower tonight, but also get our points on the board. And
great to see Jamie Ritchie back in action. I bet he's raring to go.
He is, yeah, and I think the players love playing in these atmospheres. We were just chatting as coaches there. Wouldn't it be great to play here? And I don't think any of us could manage more than 5 minutes, but this is why you play the game. And for someone like Jamie who gets lead his team out tonight, he can't wait to play.
Great stuff. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Rafael, how close are you to finalising your World Cup squad, and just how important is tonight's match to you?
Yes, you're right. We're not too far. Of course, this game tonight will be another step. And every night now with the coaching staff, we start making the good decisions, and hopefully we're not too far from deciding.
We saw some good performances last weekend, particularly from new players coming in. How impressed were you with some of these, if you like, fringe players trying to break into the squad?
yes, we were very pleased with some performance last weekend, especially from the newly capped players. And of course, it could be a massive boost for our squad. And you can hear it. We're not too far from the kickoff, but playing our first game in France, it's something amazing. And I'm pretty sure we have a good idea of what to expect from the French fans.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting evening. The atmosphere wonderful. Very excited to see France playing 1 month away from the World Cup. What do you think the fans are expecting tonight?
Well, I think they want to support a team which delivers, and I think it's the most important. We know that obviously, we can feel the support from all the French fans, and the only question for us is how will we deliver on the pitch.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, it sounds, Yannick, from both camps as though there are still 1 or 2 decisions to be made about the general squad. But from the lineups tonight, do we get the sense we kind of know what the starting 15s look like for both teams?
Yeah, of course they are. What will make a big team in a big competition will be the collective experience of the team, and so they need to know what will be the starting 15. Maybe on 1 or 2 key positions like lock for France, do we play Paul Willemse or Cameron Woki, for example? But both are players with a lot of experience with the team, and it's just a little change, 1% or 2% of the team. That can make the difference, but the experience, the collective experience from the team has to be huge to be able to win the competition.
One thing's for sure, once the players have had this experience tonight, they will want to be part of a French World Cup.
Exactly, it's good for Scotland as well to experience that before the first game, because I think French crowd is special. You can hear that what the French team will lack in terms of experience now, they will fulfill it with the crowd.
Great stuff. Listen, we're going to leave it there because we're getting ever so close to kick-off. There's always a special atmosphere when France come to town, and tonight will be no different. While everyone here, though, is expecting the French to deliver. Well, Scotland will be hoping they can spoil the party once again. We'll be building up to kick-off when we come back.
You can really feel the atmosphere building here, the excitement, the anticipation.
A seething mass of blue, white and red euphoria. This is what it means to the people of France. The atmosphere positively seething.
This French side today, they're utterly united towards that goal of becoming world champions. Beautiful by France, and we're seeing the future today. Russell kicks it out for Darcy Graham, looks a smile of certainty, and Pierre Schoeman picks and goes, and he's over the line, and there is the victory for Scotland.
He bulleted that pass, 20.4 meters.
Hello, I want to talk to you about my urine leakage. But first, let's get comfortable. That's better. Tena Men absorbent protectors are designed for men. Fits discreetly into my underwear. You'd never know. And they protect like Tena, so no more dribble dramas. Tena Men.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this?
Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't you?
There's 2 things I love, rugby and teaching. You have to look after yourself before looking after anyone else, and that starts with self-care.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Advanced, 72-hour antiperspirant plus added moisturisers for confidence that lasts.
When I have a deodorant that protects me, I can be confident and ready to deliver what I need to for my players.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Advanced.
An alternative to tablets, Voltarol Back and Muscle Pain Relief Gel, with its powerful anti-inflammatory active ingredient, targets the source of pain, helping to accelerate recovery. It's not just movement, it's enjoying the new bedroom. Voltarol, the joy of movement.
I wonder what you would do if you had the power to dream any dream you wanted to dream. You would, I suppose, start out by fulfilling all your wishes. Love affairs, banquets, wonderful journeys. And after you've done that for some time, you'd forget that you were dreaming.
When I say energy, what do you think of? Fuel? Electricity? Yes. Wow. But you can go further. How about gliding? Now that is energy. And love, laughs, or songs? Of course. Even dreams. That's what powers Honda full hybrid technology.
Why pay more when you can score with Virgin Media? Save £25 a month versus Sky's nearest equivalent services. Enjoy TNT Sports, Sky Sports TV and ultra-fast broadband, all for just £65 a month. Virgin Media. See what you can do. Visit virginmedia.com.
They've dominated 92% of racks in their own half.
Welcome back to the Geoffroy Guichard Stadium in St Etienne, where kick-off between France and Scotland is just moments away. To welcome the teams, let's join our commentary team of John Barclay and first Andrew Cotter.
Well, what an atmosphere, what a stage. The light show is on in the stadium, and the noise. I don't think any country does it as well as France when the atmosphere gets going in various stadiums, not just the Stade de France, perhaps even more so Marseille or St Etienne or wherever else you might care to watch your rugby. A nighttime game in France is something special, and it really is the ideal test for Scotland if they are to entertain hopes of emerging from that brutal pool with South Africa and Ireland among them. And with that first game against South Africa not that far away, this is the kind of test, John Barclay, where you have to stand up and show, perhaps not even with a victory, but just show that you can live with the very best.
No, absolutely, Andrew. I think we learned a lot last week. We learned some admirable qualities that Scotland clearly have in resilience and facing adversity head on, but clearly the challenge that lies ahead is far greater today against arguably France's first choice side. So yeah, lots of good stuff last week, but they will have to get out the gates. They will have to go much better than they did last week to compete and maybe even perhaps win against this French side.
And you know, when Antoine Dupont is leading out a side with all those familiar faces, Aldritton and Tamac, Villiers and Charles Olivon into the St Etienne night, you know that it is as tough a test as you'll find in international rugby. United for a dream, their dream to win the World Cup here on home soil. And it is a whole country united, and that's why it's special for France to be playing here in St Etienne. We talk about Scotland opening their World Cup campaign in Marseille against South Africa. What a weekend of rugby that's going to be. 4 weeks away. And Gregor Townsend talking before the game how the coaches almost wish they were back out there, and the players relish this kind of atmosphere. Barely gets noisier. It does not get harder. France, full strength France. And the vast majority of 42,000 inside the Cauldron, so aptly named on a warm St Etienne night, the vast majority here to sing for France. But first, we will have a flower of Scotland.
Proud
Well, there are a few Scottish supporters in this ground, but as you're about to hear, far more for the home side. And this anthem, which will again become so familiar over the next couple of months. For those, the faces who carry most of the hopes of the French nation into the World Cup. And today we will see the real France, the biggest of the big guns, returning. Only 2 players remaining from the starting 15 at Murrayfield, both in the pack. Cameron Woki continues to push for the first team after missing the Six Nations with injury. Paul Boudillon remains on the flank. What a back row with Greg Aldrit and former captain Charles Olivon returning. All change in the backs. Dupont and Tamac, as good a half-back combination as there has ever been. Ramos, such a reliable place kicker at full-back. Damien Penaud, perhaps the most dangerous wing in the game. Good to see Gabin Villiers back for his first test in a year and a half. Scotland have to make that change at tight head prop with 37-year-old WP Nell coming in for the ban Xander Fagerson. It's Matt Fagerson who gives way in the back row for the returning captain Jamie Ritchie. Rory Darge gets a shot at open side flank, and a huge game required from them all. No Darcy Graham on the wing today, rested after 2 impressive games, so it gives Kyle Steyn his first start of the summer. The only other change at scrum half with Ali Price in after the injury to Ben White. On the bench, power is the key. Both sides going for a 6-2 split, something that South Africa like to do as well. So once again, it really is a very suitable test in all regards for Scotland here, as the smoke drifts away into the night in the southeast of France. And again, it has been a very, very warm day, pushing 33 degrees or so. And we're given the official temperature just a few moments ago. It's 27 degrees, so a test of fitness. Referee Nick Berry, the Australian in charge of this one. Man whose first Six Nations game was France against Scotland in Paris in 2019. An English assisting team with Carl Dixon and Adam Leal on touch, and then Tom Foley is the TMO. So the countdown to the return of Dupont and company. And Scotland will look for a quicker start than they have had in recent games. A few boos as Scotland say, we'll do it in our own time. Immediately taken by Aldrit into his own man, but there was enough of a gap to the Scottish players for that to be fine. We'll be fighting against the noise of the crowd.
Guys, first line out, Scotland.
Immediately a very composed clearance for touch from Dupont.
Yeah, and that's what he does just so well. We all love the glamour and the razzle he brings to the game. His line breaks, his passing game is superb, but his kicking game and the ease with which he does it and the distance he gets, and it puts France in such strong position. We watched with Yannick Nyanga last week. He was talking about there's no frills to how they exit, get the ball into his hands, and that's for very good reason.
Straight enough, says the referee. Scotland's line out in the last couple of games hasn't been too slick, but a good chance for Kinghorn, and then straight into Dante. Did well, Blair Kinghorn. And Scotland looked to find the energy in the first half that they had in the second last week at Murrayfield. Set back by Dempsey. Russell, goes outside and then in. Duhan van der Merwe has to use all his heft. Sutherland burrowing in, so Schoeman. This is bright from Scotland in the early stages. Darge sets it back. Going through a few phases, not damaging that defence yet.
Thank you.
So Russell decides to send it to the corner. Oh, and it bounces well now. What a chance. Van der Merwe on his own. Scotland arrive in numbers eventually. Picked up by Hugh Jones and shifted by Schoeman and Russell. And Russell playing advantage to Scotland. France loose head. Cyril Baille was offside. So Scotland with a penalty coming.
One offside.
Flung out. Once more to Dempsey's able to set it back. Nell still with that Scottish advantage. What a start to this match. Still Scotland's penalty advantage, and they will come back for that now. Well, the placement of that kick, we're just listening to the referee.
One, never onside right here.
So Cyril Baille offside.
One white.
Finn Russell's kick, John, I mean, the bounce of the ball is, who knows.
And they're coming towards you.
But where he landed it was superb.
Number one.
Yeah, I'd like to see a replay of that. It looked dangerously close. That's what Anton Dupont's asking. It looked like it landed.
Yeah, I can't check it.
Bang on the line. He can't go back and check it. That for me is almost about as perfect a start as we've seen from Scotland, who have been notoriously slow out of the blocks through the Six Nations and certainly last week. But we saw very early glimpses there of what we saw in the second half last week, trying to play with more width. The ball out the back to Finn Russell, Sione Tuipulotu getting the ball into their danger runners.
Taken down by Ritchie. Two lineouts work well for Scotland. Try and get that ball moving to the line. Good defence by France so far. They've had one shot at it, Scotland. Another advantage.
One entry.
And again, it's Cyril Baille coming in at the side. Hugh Jones then, chance to nothing. Flung out to Kinghorn, out wide. Opportunity, Kyle Steyn in for the try. What a start by Scotland in Saint-Etienne. Stunning the home crowd, stunning France. That is just what they were looking for in the opening minutes.
That's exactly what they would have spoken about all week. The noises coming out of camp was largely based around, yes, it was a good fight back, but we've got to start better. We have to start better today. We have to start better at the World Cup in a few weeks' time, and that is just about as good as it gets. Yes, the pass doesn't quite go to Handy. They lose their shape, but their ability, and Blair Kinghorn's final pass, who was player of the match last week, is absolutely superb. Gets the ball out in front of Kyle Steyn. It's a relatively easy run-in to score. That's the dream start. Absolutely perfect start for Scotland.
And for the two Scottish spectators in the crowd, I'd say Darcy Graham,
all right, thanks for that,
with his try-scoring exploits over the last couple of games, replaced by Kyle Steyn today. Steyn straight over. Oh, what a nudge he's given that as well from a tight angle off the right boot. Russell sends it through. A smattering of applause inside the Stade Geoffroy Guichard. But again, what a start by Scotland.
Absolutely. How they maintain this. We know the quality of this French side. The challenge for Scotland now is, how do we maintain this level? How do we exit well? We've seen them do the glamorous side of the game with ball in hand, but we certainly know there's going to be a lot of power coming their way with this French side.
There's so much height in the restart that
tackle.
Richie Gray doesn't have quite as far as others to get up there.
Use that, please.
With a slap of limb on limb penalty to France. Schoeman carrying it in.
Slightly unlucky there. We might not see it, but one of the support players was Jamie Ritchie's going to be asking.
Shot.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we're taking a shot.
It looked like the assist tackler took out the Scotland clear. That is, Scotland were in great shape there. a very simple exit. Pierre Schoeman carried. We see here Grant Gilchrist is the one who actually loses his feet.
He's just fallen over the tackler.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Him out, he's just fallen over him.
Yeah. It's a bit unlucky, actually, but absolutely the right decision. But those are the kind of moments and instances that will really frustrate Gregor Townsend. Yep. Excellent start to the game. And in those kinds of situations, there almost is a no-excuse policy. You have to clear the ball. You have to be in and around that ball carrier. Really eats away at a fantastic start for Scotland.
Now, Toma Ramos was the leading point scorer in the Six Nations. He does so much so well, but as a place kicker, he's mid-80%. He's high quality and trying to give France their first points. Untroubled by that one, Ramos gets France on the board. Yeah, the fundamentals of the restarts, so very important. I wonder if Scotland, who do like to play at a pace, I wonder if on a very warm evening, they already look to be just playing a little bit more slowly between passages of play, just taking their time. Again, beautifully placed at a height on it and went back off Cameron Woki. And then a knock-on by Scotland. It's France's ball to play with here. And Tamak. And the crowd urge him on. And then comes back Scotland's way just as that scrum advantage was over.
It was Jamie Ritchie. That was lightning quick. Onto that turn on. Great decision-making and execution to actually pick that ball up at speed.
Nel and Schoeman, the once South Africans link. And Price is coming off the legs of Hugh Jones, but it was kicked by France, so a penalty advantage to Scotland. France a little bit untidy in the opening moments here. Steyn taken by Donty, still with that penalty advantage.
That's a good sign, seeing Kyle Steyn off his wing early, looking for that ball.
Russell always gets an offload away, if it's at all possible. Floated out wide, still with a penalty advantage. Quick hands from Steyn to Duhan van der Merwe. Slap into the face of Dupont. Back they come.
No advantage, guys. Going back for the penalty. 8 wide, kicking the ball in a rough.
We see Jamie Ritchie. Watch his timing here. The speed beats the clearers and actually gets that ball in a split second. Look, the ball's just up. That is world class by Jamie Ritchie, who missed last week. Will be keen to have a big game in the build-up to the World Cup.
Now, off that first penalty, Scotland decided to go for the corner. This one slightly further out.
Yeah.
But the decision is to go for the posts. Amazing how that noise, which was so fervent, can fall away so quickly. Scotland are doing exactly what they would have been looking to take the sting and the noise out of the crowd.
Back to your point, Andrew, there often was those conversations. How do we, or do we play slightly differently away from home? Do we take our time going to kickoffs? Do we put it in the corner? Do we go for goal? It's a slightly different form of decision making. Yes, it's a France home game, so it's going to be a different challenge to what they face at the World Cup, but that mindset and how we almost build into a game, or how we make decisions slightly differently based on where we are in the game.
Do you look at all in 20-minute segments, or next 10, next 15? Because when you're playing, if you look at the size of playing France in Saint-Etienne, it seems quite an enormous task. So if you say, let's break it down.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I think it depends on the player. It depends on how fit I was at the time, probably.
Big 2 minutes.
Big 2 minutes, depends on the temperature, but I think certainly away is a lesson learned in Japan. The last World Cup was actually in the heat, playing in a fast, frantic game. How do we control the game? And the best teams in the world, certainly when you look at Ireland, the absolute masters are controlling the tempo of that game and playing the game when and how they want it to be played.
That's a decent exit by Scotland. Composed. Still French line out on the Scottish 10-metre line.
I'll get you the numbers on the line.
So gradually The crowd ramp up the noise again.
I want you up 2 meters and 2. Keep coming.
Julian Marchand trying to hear the instructions. Cameron Woki, such a key figure in the line out, and it is to Woki they go. He may well get back into that starting 15 after missing the Six Nations. Good maul, Marchand holding it at the back.
Still moving.
Still moving. Scotland in trouble here. Someone's lost a boot.
Still moving. Okay, stop once. Full bind, 3, no, 3, full bind.
And a good bit of Charles Olivant exposed there as Dante takes it in, complaining to the referee, but it was good defence by Scotland.
Yeah, and crucially, the maul was going forward, but it was going towards the sideline, which makes any attacking play much more difficult.
Oh, Peno has made something out of nothing, just fending and skirting round the Scottish defenders, but again the rip comes, Scotland stealing that ball. Good work at the breakdown again.
It's Jamie Ritchie again.
And there is Duhan van der Merwe carrying defenders with him.
That's always inside.
And Russell, all the time in the world, it seems, down the middle he goes. End over end, is it going too far? Just a fraction. The other issue, John, is this is the first
goal line.
The first game, the first international of the summer for a lot of these French players. So there will be, even for high-quality players, I'm sure a little bit of rust.
Yeah, there's bound to be, and probably more so in the structures that they find, and probably more on top of that, how they find their structure when they fall out of it. Training and finding your shape, you know, during the week is relatively easy, but add the duress and the stress of a test match, and actually how do we find our shape once again is where the best teams really operate.
Let's go.
And the French league doesn't finish till mid-June. A lot of these players for Toulouse, La Rochelle, etc. were given that extra week off. Again, Scotland getting that ball away quite smartly. Schoeman so often the go-to carrier. Russell again, just no look pass to Tuipulotu. Blue shirts buzzing around with real intent at the moment. Russell floats it out the way of Richie Gray, who watched it behind him, and then just hacked into touch.
I got nothing in that pass there.
Dupont says with a little bit of a knock on. I was given a push.
Okay, sorry.
He pushed me, says Dupont.
What I really like at the moment about Scotland's players is the variety. Quite often, as we see that Jamie Ritchie second turnover, it's almost a carbon copy.
I need three numbers, guys. Come on in, please.
Look at the speed of it's George Turner taking away one of his turnovers. But the variety to Scotland's play, everyone's alive, everyone's an option. Ball out the front, ball out the back, and they're mixing up really well.
Another line-out one. This one a little bit less convincingly, so suddenly back behind the 10-metre line. Yes, kudos to George Turner. Got the same headband as Ritchie tonight, but every man has to be adept at the breakdown. Must be warm if Gilchrist is without his red scrum cap. There's the carry by Rory Darge. And the Turnham got the penalty.
The side. 8 wide's good. 4, you've cut the corner.
It's Richie Gray who's penalised. Coming in at the side.
Yeah, quite right. Rory Darge drifting on the carry slightly, and there was no outside clear, so if you just got an inside clear, it makes that job infinitely harder. You add to the fact that it's Richie Gray, who's about 8 foot tall, and he's got to try and cut every corner he can to get through the gate, so it's a good spot. You see the referees sometimes let them go, but there's a point which he crossed there. It was too much of an angle.
Yeah, I'll get them for you.
There we are, our smart ball telling you that it's a 34-metre gain with that kick. Good kick to touch.
That's actually a little bit unlucky there, because you saw Intermac fell at his
2
feet.
metres, George, 2 metres.
Just away from the ruck, which affects how he approaches the ruck.
We got someone in the track
approaches his angle, but
thank you.
Richie Gray trying to compete with Woki. And then a penalty advantage to France. Scotland were infringing at the line out. So Scotland will take this ball, but France will come back and have that penalty.
It's broken away, you found yourself on the outside, and then you've come around. It's broken away, and you found yourself on the outside.
Nick Berry thinking that Jamie Ritchie had swum around the outside. It'd be nice to see that one again, because I thought, and Jamie Ritchie protesting his innocence, felt like he'd gone through right through the middle, between the jumper and the back lifter.
So much appreciation from the Saint-Etienne crowd that they're going for the corner.
Yeah, sure. Part of the maul's broken off. You found yourself on the outside, and then you've changed onto the ball carrier.
I think Jamie Ritchie's bang on there. Like he's saying, he's in between the lifter and the back jumper. You can't go round the back lifter. He's gone between the two, but you don't always get the rub of the green when you want it.
A sport of interpretation. Woki was held in the air, and another penalty advantage to France as they get this ball going. Scotland will do so well to avoid conceding here. Down it goes, and away comes Aldred. Advantage. Now Cyril by the loose head. Still France with this free attack in the forward. Spill it. Back for the penalty.
Advantage. Early drive by Blue.
So what will France do here? Into the corner again, or a scrum?
He wasn't a bad player. Louis Picamol wore that number 8 jersey in France for so long. Be interested to see what they do here. It looks like more of the same. You can hear the crowd coming back to life now. Scotland have got to be careful here as well. There's 3 penalties
Guys, discipline
in a row.
here. Wait till they're down, okay?
Yeah, there's Grant Gilchrist there slightly
Don't touch
early.
the jumper while he's still in the air. Let the jumper come down before you go.
Now, will Scotland challenge this one or just set their defence against the maul, if that is the way to France or to attack? Oh, and Aldred, a little move that goes wrong. France have made a bit of a mess of it.
On the 5.
And it's smart by Scotland, yes.
Yep.
France will be disappointed with the execution there, but
we'll bring it out of that.
Scotland
but
competed
adjust
on the
for it.
last
If you know what it's like, adjust.
line out and actually decided to mark up middle and back there.
Just
essentially
nice and
making
patient,
France's
okay?
decision for them. Throw
Wait
to the
till the
front,
ball's in.
throw to Aldred, who's not the best line-out operator in that pack.
To the left of that.
And that's the consequence.
It wasn't,
guys,
yeah,
we
it
just come
wasn't
out of
Boudillon's
that
fault,
divot,
was
okay?
it? It was the ball coming
Just
back
here.
from Aldred with a hand coming in there. Wasn't the best for him.
To the left, nice and slow. Boys, keep the weight off the front, consistent hit, okay?
You'll have run a training and it won't have the same intensity, it won't have the same level of fatigue as these guys are going through right now, and actually executing that play round the front, often quite a marginal play, and if one part doesn't quite go to plan, the knock-on effect is what we saw there. Error and exit for Scotland.
Oh, France getting a squeeze on there.
Straight across.
Straight across, says the referee, but Ritchie and Marchand
Straight
having
across, no one dominant.
little chat. Just before we have the reset, let's remind you that next week, Wales against South Africa, as things get hotter still, and then, my goodness, England go
time off.
to Dublin.
I know. You guys
will have to find something a little bit better.
You want to come
see
here?
if they can do that as they continue to build to the start
no
of the big show. And France play Fiji. Very interesting to see how Fiji are going when they are in
on a little bit longer. Okay.
The Wales
keep
and
the brake foot on.
Australia group, and then Italy against Romania.
Yeah, sure.
Is also next week. That's 5:20 here on Prime.
Interesting to see how Scotland exit here. A different proposition on a football pitch, not a big dead ball here, so they don't have the luxury of being able to pass that ball back to clear straight away. They won't have it anyway.
Loose head, you pull him straight to ground.
Schumann is penalised. Scotland will be feeling it in scrums there. And having done so well and been spared
I get it.
At the last French attack off the penalty.
Straight to ground.
Has George Turner got short 80s shorts on? Or maybe they're just being pulled northward.
Yeah, you see there, Pierre Schumann loses his bind.
Well, Cyril Bay, not that he's directly opposite Schumann, but Cyril Bay is just one of the very best in the business in all aspects of the game. Taken down by Olival. Down it goes. Oh no, stays upright. Enough of them stay upright. Marchand got it at the back.
Okay, use, please, use.
Being told to use it, so Dupont will feed it to Danty. Good defence to Pelotu and Russell together, but space perhaps out wide, and Tamak comes back.
Tackle,
Scotland
release!
hold him up, told to release. Aldred trying to get in there. There's Dupont now, shifting it again. Cyril by, rolling up to within 3 metres. Scotland get hands on it and strip it away.
We're too long.
But too long, says Nick Berry.
Where's Jamie?
There he is.
There's too many penalties down here now, okay? We've had a couple of line-out infringements. He's too long there, okay? He's not supporting his own body weight. He's gone. He cannot win the ball and stand up in that position. He's far too long. Get the message to him, because the next one will be a yellow card.
It's a tricky one, because Jamie Ritchie's making the point there. Nick Berry's saying he's too long. Rory Darge is too long, i.e. he took his hands away, he wouldn't stay on his feet.
Okay.
I've seen Roy Darge in some pretty low positions. He has the luxury of being that amazing low centre of gravity. Is one of the best in the business over ball, but
yeah, problem was my side.
Too many penalties mounting up there. 6 already against Scotland. It's far too many in the opening 21 minutes.
All right, let's go. Water off,
and the
please.
next one will be a yellow.
Tries.
And I think with France deciding just to go for the 3 points here, that's not a bad not a bad return for Scotland from that passage of play to just concede 3.
It almost feels like a small victory, especially when they had the penalty, albeit in the corner a few minutes ago, and they put it in the corner, and penalty, and you feel like, yeah, you'd rather have 3 and get back up the other end of the pitch. So I'm slightly surprised at France's decision-making there. Certainly a scrum there is so hard to defend, but they've taken their 3.
I'm very surprised by that, because if they'd taken a scrum and the advantage they had in the scrum, here's a good look at this one, John.
I think that's harsh. I think he could support his body weight there. I think that decision is maybe a knock-on effect of the multiple penalties, and if it's a marginal call at that stage, you don't blame the referee for going with France on that one.
But you would think France might have got a penalty from the next scrum and could have had a man advantage as well. So, but deciding to take the 3 points, Scotland still lead by 4. Aldred gets away.
Tackle, release!
It's interesting. Scotland putting a lot more pressure on the ball than they did last
you're
week.
Inside.
A lot of the talk after the game at half-time was that actually they were very disappointed with their time in the tackle and their ability to impact the speed of ball, and we're seeing that in the George Turner turnover, the Jamie Ritchie turnover, Rory Darge competing there. Even in the collisions, really holding up the French players.
Oh, that's a Jack Dempsey run, if ever there was one. Straight into things like a Dervish again. Russell just sizes things up, and then Jones under all sorts of pressure. Still there for Scotland. But again, they're being punched back with the depth they have to come from now. But Kinghorn so nearly away. Then Price with a spill. No, came back off France. And then Scotland steal it. Have it back, and Kinghorn, and things breaking up a little bit with the floaty pass. So they'll come back. As Woki and Dupont took it away.
It's come off White.
The good folk of Saint-Etienne do not care for that.
It's come off White.
I thought we were going to see a rerun of the Duhan van der Merwe try that wasn't to be, but again, another fantastic turnover by Jamie Ritchie there.
Okay, we're going forward. Time off.
Yeah.
That's in there, between the legs.
Okay.
Both captains trying to have a word with Nick Berry, desperate to get their word in first. But just thinking that in that middle third, Scotland there lost their shape and continued to play. Almost go for an intercept.
Yeah, sure. So I've got a white knock on here, Tommy.
He is a chatty captain, Jamie Ritchie. I mean, you have to be, but you have to know
to stand up there. You're far too long.
When your words are just becoming white noise.
You're going down.
And that was the challenge last year, his first year as captain, and
yeah, that's fine, thanks.
It was a harsh lesson. He was marched back on 3 occasions in the Six Nations for talking at the wrong time or in the wrong way to referees, and
okay, guys, we're ready to go. Let's
with
bind up,
a slightly more gentle approach.
That last one's for
and actually, if you're Jamie Ritchie now, you're competing well. Scotland are in a good place. Maybe now's not the time to talk to the referee. Maybe silence is the better option at times, and just be content with where we are.
Okay, time back on.
Big scrum for Scotland to try and stand firm, because France certainly have the edge here. Ali Price again, just complaining. And France are squeezing, driving, getting the... No, not quite. It just turned around.
Do it again. Yeah, I'll go on that far side now. Check it out.
So it's Jack Dempsey's turn to have a word with Nick Berry.
No one's clearly dominant. Use that. I'm coming across. Yeah, same again. Please to the left. Yeah, I want to come across. Make sure there's a space here, okay, guys? Be patient on the set.
WP&L having his say as well.
Let's go, Beeps.
I think he's asking how can they get away with that. He's questioning Aldegheri's angle there. You see almost Pierre Schumann had nothing to push on because of the angle that Aldegheri goes in at.
Set!
Now a decision, free kick to Scotland. So Nick Berry has been painted that picture by...
Be patient. After, yeah, sure.
Nell and Dempsey, and now France wanting to have their say.
Too much movement, guys. Hit and
I'm
hold,
sure
please.
it was talking to Nick Berry there from the French side.
Okay, scrum, guys.
Scotland call for the scrum again.
And the stadium groans.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I think Scotland feel like what France are doing. It's certainly Aldegheri's angle.
Okay, we just need to adjust. Hit and hold, okay? Let's go.
Dangerous for the neck. I mean, scrummaging is in general.
Wind up, please. Just
certainly that last scrum, Aldegheri ends up in the tunnel, so
hit from you
can't end up on your back as a tight head prop in the middle of the tunnel if you're pushing straight.
Again, if Scotland know they're coming up against South Africa in 4 weeks' time.
Fine!
Oh, complaints already from, I think, Turner in the middle there. It's more solid from Scotland this time.
Use it!
Being told to use it, and Russell shapes the kick and then gives to Hugh Jones. Scored a couple of tries against France and Paris in the Six Nations this year. A little bit of space there for Schumann. Ali Price and Nick Berry just gets out the way.
Still in.
Just slows for a moment as Gilchrist comes in. Little dummy from the second row. 33 years old now.
No, not over the top. Use.
To Pelotu. Runners arriving. Stain. Ritchie alongside him. Kinghorn trying to clear out, but France have the penalty. Quickly taken.
Advantage, not 10.
Playing advantage for not being 10 metres as Gabin Villiers now tries to come away. Feeds on. But they'll come back. Thibaut Flamand and Dupont combining, and there is a try that never was. So there we are. Dupont denied.
Will we see a yellow here?
Nine's clearly not 10. But he's made the tackle.
5 metres or so.
Yes, we are going to see a yellow. Ali Price.
He's put onside when he runs 5 metres.
Jamie, I've made the decision.
Walking the tightrope, Jamie Ritchie. I mean, he clearly feels that...
Apologies. The flag went up, okay? Someone's gone out over there, okay? It's your penalty here. 9 blue.
So Ali Price, his penalty, the latest in a good line of penalties from Scotland. So Ali Price will be off for 10 minutes. The reason that they were pulled back, sorry, John, was because there was a foot in touch, but...
On the 5.
Yeah, and it all came off the Gabin Villiers, who's so good over ball, won the turnover penalty, and Dupont forcing the pace, tap and go. Ali Price gets him, but doesn't retire the 10 metres.
Nothing I can do anytime. There's nothing I can do.
Yeah, Nick Berry clears it. I can't go back and give the try now. I'm blowing the whistle.
Yeah, the crowd seeing the foot wasn't in touch when the ball was given away, so...
The flag's gone up, there's nothing I can do.
Perhaps should have been a try, but the flag went
up.
up.
If the flag's gone up, there's nothing I can do.
France have the man advantage in any case and back deep into Scotland territory. Still got some way to go to match the cards of Twickenham earlier today, where there were 307 of them. Was it 7 in total? 6 yellows and a red? Marchand to Olivant, and then there is Marchand, the look to Aldred, smashing into that defence. Cyril Bay. So Scotland really up against it now. Man down. Oh, a little look from Dupont. Ficou able to offload. Julien Marchand again. France lift the tempo. Aldred.
Tackle, open up!
There's the carry now by Olivant.
Playing advantage. Blue.
Another advantage. Scotland with another penalty conceded. France, do they have their first try? No, goes to Scottish hands. Back they come.
Blue tackler not rolling.
Well,
clean.
Half an hour gone in Saint-Etienne. Scotland lead by 4. But they're a man down and another chat
We're
coming.
back down here again. You've just lost one to the bin. Okay, another one down here is going to go. Okay, that is a warning. All right, that tackler's got to roll.
And I make that 8 penalties now.
Scrum.
Oh, 9 penalties
Scrum
with
option.
that one added on.
So scrum called. There's a big blindside there. Scotland down a scrum half.
Sees Grant Gilchrist, Roy Darge over that ball. Grant Gilchrist just that fraction too slow to roll. That was a tight call, but the referees want that tackle zone as clean as can be.
So there's a very good look there at the defensive setup. Let's say Scotland with Ali Price off, so...
Crouch!
I mean, is there anyone better at exploiting a bit of space around a scrum than Antoine Dupont?
Set!
Down it goes, being told to use it. So Dupont does that. Out it goes, and Tamac is there, and through he goes. Try for France. Looked so simple. You knew it had to come with Scotland a man down in the backs. And then Tamac truly finds the space, and France are in front.
And a really smart piece of play there, Andrew. Ali Price, or where Ali Price would have been, would take that first attack. So all Antoine Dupont has to do here is run at the first defender. Run at the first defender, pull the ball out of the back, and then it's just picking players off, which arguably France are one of the best teams up. But those few steps there with Gael Foucault short buys Tamac time. It looks very simple, but the mindset and the mindfulness to actually call that play, and these players have that quality in spades. We don't say that, but smart play, execute extremely well.
Well, he scored a try against Scotland in February, Romain Tamac.
How's that scrum looking on your side, Dicko?
And his try here, first try for France, gives Ramos chance to put France 3 to the good. Talks about his kicking quality, Ramos, and every good side, great side, really does need a great kicker as well. And in Ramos, France have that.
You see there, Hugh Jones can't slide off. The back row have to stay on that scrum, given the pressure that's going through. So Antoine Dupont knows he's out the gate first. He's going to round Rory Darge. Put so much pressure on that first defender, and the speed and quality of skills that this French backline have. It's almost impossible to stop there.
What a great stadium it is. Saint-Etienne play in the second division of French football. The stand, as you look at it there on the right, is so steep. I remember being here in 2007. The World Cup of Scotland against Italy to make it out to the pool stages.
Need a
tense game. The week after you made your debut, John.
Yeah, I was surplus to requirements for that game, though, Andrew. I watched it, probably not far from you.
Okay, use it, please.
Left or right foot for Antoine Dupont. Take your pick. Left,
Off
then
now,
right.
one. Off now, one.
And it's a big boot he's got as well for all his other skills. That's a huge distance on that one.
Don't do that.
Honestly, it's outrageous.
Don't do
41
that.
and a
Stay
half
off
metre
that.
gain. And what's quite clever what he's doing, he's dumming, he's not allowed to dummy, but he's showing with his left so that the guard on Scotland's side and the other side thinks, I'm not charging this down. quick change around. There's no one going to charge down on both sides, and then he pumps it 40-odd metres down the pitch. It's brilliant.
James Robson, finest doctor physio in the game, and he's done every World Cup since 1991, getting ready for another. Gilchrist takes it down well, and a good bit of early shift on that maul for Scotland.
Okay, stop once.
Finn Russell going into 9 here. See what his box kicking's like.
That's on the full.
Not great, apparently.
Yeah, sure.
Box kicking, that's what scrum halves practice all the time, just down that channel, down that...
Let's get a shoe.
Down that corridor by the touchline. Send it down there, and Finn Russell out on the full. After good work by the line out and the maul.
Yeah, absolutely, it was the right decision, especially with the man down.
Yeah, it stopped.
The maul was up through to the back.
The second one as well, innit? Yeah. Once it stops the second time. Yeah, okay, that's right. Once it stops the second time, I'll let you know.
Yeah, he's having a good laugh about it, Finn Russell. He's not going to get too stressed out about his box kicking abilities.
Pardon? No, that's his dad.
Look at the age of some of the players in the Scotland centre. Look at Gilchrist. I mentioned he's just turned 33, and Richie Gray 34 now. WP Nell 30.
Okay, thank you.
37, and there are lots of players in Scotland setup for whom it will be, you would have thought, a final World Cup. It won't be his final World Cup. Darcy Graham, who wanted to play tonight, but he's played twice and impressed. He can take a well-earned break.
Please. Thank you. Maul!
Olivon.
Through the mark.
And Olivon and Aldred together. Aldred has it now. Great work by France. So off. Strip though. Little knock on as Dempsey came away, but they were still playing the advantage. Scotland's scrum.
Yeah, knock on White there, yeah.
I think Scotland would be happy to get to half time with this scoreline.
No, knock on was here.
They've got 2.5 minutes left on the sin bin, and there's no urgency from either side actually to get to this scrum. So they've actually managed this 10-minute spell pretty well. Obviously, the try came off the back of it, off some great French play, but just that really hard to exit without a scrum half, without the full complement.
Guys, keep that space, all right? Balance, good.
Incidentally, talking about Scotland's scrum half, there is optimism that Ben White might even be fit for the Georgia game after his ankle injury against France at Murrayfield last week.
Fine.
But it's
Finn
Russell.
Do it again. Come on.
Again, just nibbles away at the clock.
All right, well, yeah, consistent hit, guys, from both of you, all right? Same on both balls.
Just wait, I'll get this sorted. I think he's having a word with Jonathan Dante there.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Steady!
Penalty to Scotland this time. And again, that is just the ideal.
Dropped his bind, gone down.
Result. I see George Turner still down. And again, there's always a worry when you see a player just not immediately getting up to their feet at this stage of proceedings, so close to the World Cup.
Yeah, just on the left of him. Yeah.
Again, it might be just a case of taking a moment, but
I'll find out for you.
James Robson is on tending to the hooker. And it's a good touch finder as well from that penalty.
Yeah, great kick by Finn Russell. We'll see.
You got that one? You just lost your
bind. Lost his bind, you see here. It seemed to happen almost as they slipped. I think Nick Berry's getting a bit fed up of the lack of play that's coming off the scrums, and quite rightly. I think everyone would agree. We'd rather see a penalty given one way than spend multiple resets and minutes wasted watching scrums go down.
Turner, and it's taken by Gray just beyond the outstretched arm of Woki. Held there by Nell, and now Turner has it. And Turner being told to use it. So Finn Russell forgets for a moment that he's scrum half. He comes in. Tuipulotu straight into Ntamak. Good ground made. Because they've got Tuipulotu as the first receiver. The Russell in, everyone moves up a place. Good take by Richie Gray, down low.
On the person, no, stay!
Dempsey. This is where you really miss having a proper scrum half. These quick phases and recycling.
Use that.
Nell just gives it deep to Kinghorn and deeper still to Hugh Jones. White shirts swarming around him. 7 phases and really in reverse gear though, but happy to keep possession.
That's better.
Stay there, stay.
Switch of play, Kinghorn. And Dempsey does well from a deep position there. But France will have this penalty and they'll have
clear release, straight on the ball.
Final chance to attack in this first
Walker
half.
holding on.
I think that will frustrate Gregor Townsend. It will frustrate the players, frustrate the fans. I think you have to remember when you're a man down, you can't play with the same structure and actually throwing 20, 30-metre passes, losing your support, losing your clearers, and that's what happens. You lose your shape. France are the best in the world over ball. A winning turnovers. We've seen 3 already today. That's the 4th. Just keep going direct. Run down the clock. It's 20 seconds till half-time. You see it here.
Yep,
Dante, clear release. Richie Gray misses the clear. You see he's clearly on the ball. French staff very happy. France is so comfortable without the ball. And actually, the Six Nations team that has the lowest possession stats. Very potent with the ball they have, but more comfortable without it now.
Thank you.
And they have ball again for a final attack. All right, has it gone down?
Advantage.
Yes, another advantage. So France are going to be able to have an attack here or stick it to the corner with a penalty.
You got penalty advantage.
So the clock is red, but can Scotland hold out and maintain that 3-point deficit? They will have the
no advantage
shot now. France now.
You got one there, Adam.
They'll carry on playing if they stick it into touch.
One blue collapsing.
Pierre Schoeman adjudged to have brought it down.
Sorry, say again. Okay. Yeah. We checked the collision. There's no foul play. He's run into him. One blue collapsing.
So again, this is one. How close can Ntamak get this
Yeah,
without
I know.
much an angle to play with here? Del Fiku receiving some treatment. That's where you really want a left footer or more of an angle to work with to get into the corner.
Jamie, back in the 22. Discipline here. Boys, you're on that warning.
So Scotland back up to a full complement of players. There's Ali Price back on. But such a big passage of play here before half-time. And Richie Gray steals it, gets it back. Good take by Darge. And Scotland might just want to get this out now. Which, Russell tried to do is touch though, so on they come. Deep inside their own 22, but no, enough's enough. Say France, out it goes. And so an entertaining half rugby started at a furious pace, and Scotland were out of the blocks so quickly with that early Kyle Steyn try, building a lead. But France coming back into it, Roman Ntamak with the try, and it is the home side who lead by 3 at half-time. Join us after the break.
He bulleted that pass, 20.4 meters.
Oh, you want to call the shots, huh?
And if we could just get final approval on the primary market...
Well, you better be the loudest voice in the room.
That we should be ready to send to our partners.
Cut out the jibber-jabber.
The documents are currently with our legal team, and I look forward to working with you further on this project. Anyway, thank you.
And if you see an opportunity, grab it.
Quiet beach or charming village? Time together or time to yourselves? something bold, or something fruity. Decisions. Whatever you want from your summer holiday, there's still time to book a relaxing French escape. It could be the best decision you're yet to make. Book your Brittany Ferries holiday today.
With People's Postcode Lottery, Saturday's just got a million times better.
Amazing!
Every single Saturday, one lucky postcode is guaranteed to win a share of £1 million.
Thought, yeah, I'm going to try my luck. My luck came in. It set us up for life.
For a chance to win Millionaire Street, play before midnight on the 24th of August.
Join in, because one day they could be knocking on your door like they've just knocked on ours.
Someone's knocking at your door. Somebody's ringing the bell.
You know those times when you're not drinking, but you really fancy a lovely, cold, smooth Guinness? Well, guess what? Guinness Zero. We've taken the alcohol out, but left the Guinness in.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Gradually reduce grey is the easiest way. With Control GX Grey Reducing Shampoo. Reduce a little grey every time you wash for subtle looking results. Control GX from Just for Men.
They've dominated 92% of racks in their own half.
Well, France leads Scotland by 3 points here at St Etienne. A sultry evening here in France, a try apiece. Scotland starting at such a pace, but France really finishing the stronger of the two. We'll have the second half coming up very soon. And Yannick Nyanga enjoying this one alongside me. Yannick, what a match we've got in our hands here. You can see how much it means to both teams and how much it means to this amazing crowd here in St Etienne. But what a pace they're playing at. I mean, Scotland came out the blocks very, very sharply, didn't they?
Yeah, of course. We knew that France will be a bit rusty because this team is playing its first friendly game, but what a start from Scotland. I think the key point is Finn Russell. Definitely, he found the perfect balance between playing with his hands and kicking. On the first phase, he plays short pass, long pass, kick in the angle, and then bring this to the try. It's wonderful rugby played by Scotland. Congratulations to them.
And Kyle Steyn, you know, he's a proven try scorer. We've seen him do it many, many times, but here tonight it was so important, given the way that Scotland have played in recent times with poor starts, for them to get first on the score sheet.
Yeah, exactly. I was wondering why a player like Darcy Graham wasn't playing today, but Kyle Steyn showed all his skills, all his ability to make the difference when he has the ball, and I think he's also one of the key players in the Scotland team.
And of course, Ali Price was then sent to the sin bin. He wasn't back 10 yards when the penalty was given at 10 metres. That, of course, put Scotland down. They were up against it because France really then began to pull themselves together, and it was a very impressive France that took the try.
Yeah, I think they showed that last week when they were down with one man for the red card that they received. Today they are still one man down and they're still doing good. I think the key moment was when the France kicked 2 times in line out, and finally they took the 3 points. I think it showed that Scotland is really a hard team to beat, and if they continue this way, they'll do very good.
And they'll want to build on this lead, of course, into the second half. But great to see the likes of Romain Ntamak and Antoine Dupont linking up so well. As you say, it's a long time since they've played together on the international stage. They weren't involved last weekend.
No matter how fit you are, rugby fitness is different. So to be fair, it's normal that France start this way. They're a bit down, but the more the game will be going, the better they will be. So I hope for France that they'll do good. But Scotland is really there to confront it.
Well, let's get a Scottish perspective now, because Scotland squad member Chris Harries is with us, and he's going to jump in here, stealing Yannick's microphone. Chris, good to see you. What have you made then of Scotland? I was just saying to Yannick, what a cracking start from them.
I think that's the big thing for us. We said that we needed a fast start, we needed a big start. Last week obviously was the opposite of that. So we put a lot of emphasis on just starting fast, and I think we did that, got ourselves ahead, and that's sort of why we're still in the game now.
Worrying penalty count though, what can they do about that?
There's a bit of a mixture of penalties really, but ultimately just need to cut those out. There'll be a couple of daft ones, there'll be a couple that we can actually control, so I think those are the ones that we need to cut out. Some of them you sort of accept, but we definitely need to limit them, because that's how they're getting access.
Yannick,
sorry.
Hold your microphone a bit closer.
Thank you.
It's very loud here, we just want to make sure we can hear what you're saying. What do you think then the focus will be in the second half, Chris?
I think similar start fast, keep the ball in hand a little bit, and cut the penalties out. I think that's the two big focuses, because if you give these boys access in these areas, it's going to be a pretty tough day. But look, we're in the game. We'll look to try and build on some points.
Exactly, in the game and up against one of the best teams in the world. It's so important to get some momentum going into that World Cup, knowing what you're going to face in the group stage. Scotland will be taking confidence from the way they finished against France last week and the way they've played here so far.
Well, I think that's the pleasing thing. We're in a much better position now than we have been last week, and even in the Six Nations we were down by quite a few points and we came back. So hopefully we can just sort of build on. I know we're losing by 3, but it is a much better position than we have been before.
And how's it been in the camp? Obviously coming out here for a few days, and then you've got to build up towards Georgia in a couple of weeks' time. You all are very aware of when that squad gets announced and how many decisions Gregor's got to make. It must be nervous times for the boys.
It is nervous times, but we've got a brilliant group. Everyone gets on really well. Everyone's training really hard, and I'm just happy that it's not me that's making the decisions.
And when you get a taste of what it'll be like, come to somewhere like St Etienne, when they take the games on tour outside of Paris, you get this passionate, excited, knowledgeable crowd. Everybody wants to be part of it.
Oh no, this is an amazing place to play. Like the crowd's a massive factor. They get behind the French, and we just need to come out in the second half and try and quiet them up a little bit. But
keen to get involved next match against Georgia?
Well, yeah, that would be good. Yeah.
How good a spectator are you? You frustrated frustrator?
Oh no, there's nothing you can do when you're on the sidelines. So you just got to try and enjoy the match and see how well the boys do and see where we need to work on, and then we look at it in the week. So there's not much you can do when you're sat on the sideline.
Great stuff, Chris. Well, hope to see you in a couple of weeks' time. Thanks for popping in.
Thank you.
We've got the second half coming up after the break. What can France bring out to entertain this passionate crowd here in St Etienne, or can Scotland get back on terms? We'll have the second half after the break.
He bulleted that pass, 20.4 meters.
There's two things I love, rugby and teaching. You have to look after yourself before looking after anyone else, and that starts with self-care.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Advanced, 72-hour antiperspirant plus added moisturisers for confidence that lasts.
When I have a deodorant that protects me, I can be confident and ready to deliver what I need to for my players.
Upgrade to new Dove Men Advanced.
An alternative to tablets, Voltarol Back and Muscle Pain Relief Gel, with its powerful anti-inflammatory active ingredient, targets the source of pain, helping to accelerate recovery. It's not just movement, it's enjoying the new bedroom. Voltarol, the joy of movement.
When I say energy, what do you think of? Fuel? Electricity? Yes. Wow. But you can go further. How about gliding? Now that is energy. And love, laughs, or songs? Of course. Even dreams. That's what powers Honda full hybrid technology.
Hello. I want to talk to you about my urine leakage. But first, let's get comfortable. That's better. Tenor Men absorbent protectors are designed for men. Fits discreetly into my underwear. You'd never know. And they protect like Tenor, so no more dribble dramas.
Tenor Men.
Better. It's out there. But you've got to chase it down. Time to cut the rope. Get stuck in. Turn him into him. Learning things my teachers couldn't teach. Reaching heights I never thought I'd reach. I'm part of a crew now, never alone. From nowhere to everywhere. I left a small town and turned it around. I was born in Blythe, but I was made in the Royal Navy.
I wear a few different hats as a CFO. You know, sometimes it's referred to as Chief Fixing Officer. Wherever there's a fire in the business, you know, I'm often there first. And I think that's the bit that I really enjoy and love, that it kind of spreads much more widely than finance.
Whatever hats CFOs like Imran need to wear, Sage's tools and insights can make sure they fit. Sage, helping business flow.
Why pay more when you can score with Virgin Media? Save £25 a month versus Sky's nearest equivalent services. Enjoy TNT Sports, Sky Sports TV and ultra-fast broadband, all for just £65 a month. Virgin Media. See what you can do. Visit virginmedia.com.
They've dominated 92% of racks in their own half.
Welcome back to St Etienne, where France leads Scotland by 13 points to 10. A big 40 minutes to come. The win important, of course, but also the last chance for these players to impress ahead of World Cup squad selection next week. So much at stake then. Let's get back to our commentary team. John Barclay is alongside Andrew Cotter.
Well, it is fascinating the way things are poised at the moment. I just feel that France, despite only having that 3-point lead, that was a rearguard action for much of that first half from Scotland. But again, if they can return to the form they showed in the first 10 minutes, then they have every chance still of taking that game. There was a lot of talk at half-time from certain quarters about the try that wasn't for Antoine Dupont. I mean, it wasn't really a try that wasn't, but let's just remind you, this was the infringement by Ali Price, where he was sin-binned for not being 10. And then you see the touch judge, the assistant referee, puts the flag up, so the referee stopped play by the time Thibaut Flamand comes on and gives it to Antoine Dupont. We then saw afterwards that from the replays that his foot wasn't in touch, but it kind of didn't really matter, John, because the referee had blown.
Yeah, at this stage, it's irrelevant. Once the whistle's gone, we can't then say, well, the foot wasn't out, so we'll give it to you. The error, I guess, there, and we see quite often now, the assistant referees won't put their flag up if it's in doubt, because they want to almost give every chance for the attacking team to score, and we didn't see it there. The flag went up, and then Nick Berry has to blow his whistle. Would have been nice from a French point of view if the flag hadn't gone up, and then you go back and check these things.
But no try there, one try apiece. Bit of a light show in St Etienne as well, behind the giant head of Richie Gray as we get ready to get the second half underway. Romain Tamac just waiting. Instructions from French television, I'm sure, who are in charge of things in St Etienne this evening. And a few cries of a Lele Bleu to get us underway in the second half, and Tamac sending it very deep to Dempsey. He's actually looked full of running this evening, as he quite often does. Oh, and a big spill off the giant chest of Schoeman, so advantage, immediate chance for France. Danty powering his way on, taken down well by Tuipulotu. Dupont gives it to Ulrich. Those two so often in tandem. Dupont again, looking at his options. Marchand is there. Dupont just pops it on again. Cyril Bay and Dupont linking, and Woki is there. And France within 10 metres of a dream start to this second half. Ficou, Scotland holding him up. Russell and Jones and Darge as well.
Thank you.
Dupont down the blind side. Here's a chance. Try for Damien Penaud. How many times we have said that? Damien Penaud, the clinical finisher. And there is that firing start to the second half for France. And it's Damien Penaud gets over again.
All comes off this drop ball by Pierre Schoeman after a great carry by Jack Dempsey. See Pierre Schoeman's eyes come up just at the last minute. Then his power we saw in the first half. Almost how irrelevant stats were. And you see 3-on-2 turned into a 2v1 just by the good work of Dupont. Gets on the outside of Richie Gray we see here, which makes Kyle Steyn jump in on him, and it turns that 3v3 into a 3v2. This guy doesn't need a second offering at the line, and that is, if we saw the dream start in the first half of Scotland, that is the nightmare start to the second half.
Well, for Damien Penaud, that's now 21 tries in his last 25 tests, 27 in total, and all coming from that one mistake. That was the source. The try for Penaud was the finish, and now Thomas Ramos to add the two. He really does do it time and time again. Beautiful kick from touch, and France suddenly out to a 10-point lead into 20 points in total. The stuff of nightmares for Scotland at the start of this second half.
Yeah, Blair Kinghorn can do nothing there. Shows you got the attacking prowess of someone like Antoine Dupont, the full box of tricks, but understands the game so well, understands where space is, and we see the best players in the world have that ability to turn an even match into a mismatch.
Tackle, release! Release! It's a tackle!
Aldrich comes away.
Okay, use, please.
Interesting there, hearing Grant Gilchrist saying both feet. We spoke about in the first half, understanding that Dupont may shape one way and then kick off the other because he knows he's not going to have less pressure off the other foot.
That was a very good take by Jack Dempsey there. And then spun and fed to Kinghorn. Quick play by Ramos to Dupont. And Ramos takes the return on. The fullback is flying. Here are France again. Olivon. Olivon for the try. And what a try. 3.5 minutes gone in the second half. 2 tries for France. And that was a French try in the very best possible way. So quick the strike from one end of the pitch to the other. Olivon there to finish it off, and the flags wave again in Saint-Etienne.
And again, is that maestro with the ball in hand. Antoine Dupont takes the ball, bounces back. A nothing situation, but his ability to manipulate defenders, make them go one way, make them think something, and then go against the grain. And because he has such speed and power, defenders have to mirror him. And then when they get behind you, this is where France are at their very, very best. Their ability to actually capitalise and get on the scoreboard when they get in behind you is absolutely formidable. That's a fantastic try and the dream start to the second half for France. 14 points in 4 minutes.
And for the former captain, Charles Olivon, who has had a couple of bad injuries over the last few years as well, a shoulder and then an ACL more recently as well, and now back to his very best. Oh, a stunning start in every sense of the word. Impressive, and in that it really has shocked Scotland. The speed at which they moved, and for Olivon to finish it off. He's a man of great power, but he can move.
Yeah, the modern day back row forward. He's got it all. Fantastic line out forward. Physical, can carry the ball, can distribute. You can see why he's a French captain.
Well, this great test has become even greater now for Scotland. And they are learning a lot about the quality of play that will be necessary in the World Cup. Kinghorn.
Okay, stop there.
I don't think I've not seen that.
I've never seen that. That's going to be on a TV show. What happens next?
We're going to need another ball.
Could have run a long way with that, I would say. Much easier to offload.
Yeah, it's going to be your scrum, guys.
I wonder what he was doing. I thought, why is he calling for the mark on the 10-metre line?
That's right.
The referee, Nick Berry, saying he's never seen
We're
it.
in possession. We'll restart with the blue scrum.
He was just about to give the pass, Blair Kinghorn. and they just felt that something wasn't quite right. There was no air in the ball.
I don't know why I enjoyed that so much.
Okay, time on. Crouch! Fine! Sit! In!
France again getting the drive on there. Told to use it on. Ali Price just delayed for a moment. Dempsey was quick to it. Scotland's scrum starting to feel it now. Russell, can Scotland conjure something? Kinghorn hitting it at pace, and then the knock-on from Van der Merwe. And he'll chase that one down, but they'll come back and
the knock-on.
Cannot afford to make mistakes.
We're in the Scottish half here.
Such as that. Van der Merwe just a little look to the skies.
Yeah, the pass. It's a good ball by Hugh Jones. This pass from Blake Kinghorn, it just checks him, just on his shoulder. He wants that ball in front of him. Again, he was so prominent last week. The back three for Scotland, in fact. The top three ball carriers for Scotland were their back three players, and Darcy Graham,
Break foot, keep it
Duan van der Merwe, and Blair Kinghorn, but we've not seen a huge amount
you guys about the break
of
foot,
Duan
okay,
van der Merwe
guys?
today.
To the left of that.
It's normally indicative of when Scotland are playing well, we're seeing their back three with the ball in hand so frequently.
George Turner first asking Nick Berry to check the break foot of Julian Marchand. And then Julian Marchand said, will you check his break foot as well? He started it.
Crouch!
What you see is there's a lot of pressure coming on the bind, which is normally indicative that someone's got their break foot up.
And more solid that time. France just starting to go forward, but they've been told to use it. Fickou now. Fickou standing strong in the tackle, but taken by Russell. And Van der Merwe just losing that ball forward in the contact as he tried to wrestle his man down.
Back up on the 40.
And France might just have the knock-on advantage back where they were. Nice Cyril Bay in a bit of discomfort. And that would be a...
Okay. Time off. Injury.
That would be a loss. My goodness, that would be a loss for France.
Yeah, it's very steady for a long time. Oh, okay. You go 20 metres back. Yeah, okay.
Again, quite often props they suffer with the Achilles and the calves and the pressure coming in there, but we'll hope that it's not too bad for Cyril Bay. He's immediately gone down. That's worrying, the way that he seemed to feel that.
Yeah, he's become so important as we see Duan van der Merwe. You see a bit of anger in that carry. Be disappointed.
Okay, guys.
Not to hold on to that, but as you'd expect, they're not going to take any risks with Cyril Bay. He started every Six Nations game for the last 3 years.
That's Jean-Baptiste Gros, Toulon prop, who is on for Cyril Bay.
To the left, guys.
That is worrying. That is, again, it looks fairly innocuous, but ice on the calf, and again, the calves come under so much pressure for the props. So a couple of mistakes from Scotland in the
Crouch!
last two passages of play.
Bind! Sit!
Better scrums from Scotland.
Okay,
France
use
getting nothing there, trying to surge it into life, but Aldred has to use it. And there's Dupont, and it just goes behind Villiers.
Sorry, Mike, sorry.
And Aldred again, Hugh Jones and Tuipulotu wrestling him. Hugh Jones trying to strip him of that ball. Good luck with that at Aldred. Floating out to Damien Penaud. Penaud chasing it down. Van der Merwe was there for Scotland, but also in Tamac for France. Ball loose, and it might be a try for Penaud.
Okay.
It may be another.
Time off.
The grounding on the second attempt, but I'm not sure how the ball gets forward first, so we just need to check if it's knocked on first.
Yeah, okay, but we do have a grounding.
Yeah.
We also need to check that see those chasers are onside, okay?
So a couple of things to look at. Adam Leal coming in.
Tom, I want to come to you to clean this up, please. Okay, we got an on-field decision of a try. We believe it's come off blue and then White has grounded it. So on-field decision's try. Just wanted you to check the kick chasers from the initial kick first, please.
So just checking to see if the kick chasers are onside
Grounding,
first of all.
thank you.
The grounding they seem to feel is good.
You have to have another look at the onside.
I'm just going to pause it on the point of the kick. Just bear with me, please.
Tom Foley, the TMO.
So there's no clear and obvious offside there, Bez. So we're going to go now and check the grounding and a potential knock-on in the build-up. Just bear with me.
So they're onside.
Blue 9's dived on it. It's rolled underneath.
Yeah. Oh, so Bez, there is a knock-on there by White 10. His left hand knocks the ball forward, so it'll be a scrum 5 Scotland ball.
So Tanak's knock-on.
Come back to me.
Just there.
Come back to you now.
Scotland scrum.
So it's a no try, White knock-on.
Correct.
Okay, guys, it's a no try. White knock-on. Blue scrum here.
Half-hearted
no,
outrage
it was knocked
from
on in the field of
St.
play,
Etienne
guys.
crowd.
No, the knock-ons occurred here. Sorry, guys. So it's a scrum 5 metres. No.
Pinot denied try number 28.
Didn't realise Intermac was as fast as he was there. Duan van der Merwe, I thought it's going to be a pretty one-sided foot race, but Intermac beats him to the ball.
Okay.
Emil and Tanak could move. Now the Scotland scrum in the last couple of scrummages has been good, but on comes Uni Antonio to add all the extra weight. Bourgariti's on at hooker as well, so it's an entirely new front row.
Keep the break foot. Come up. Is that okay?
Will be concern in the mind of Cyril Bay. The Marchand's played well, as you would expect. Aldegheri off as well.
Yeah, one of those players, I think Marchand, that doesn't seem to ever play badly, and still surprised that France are as good as they are. They've got a number of those players whose form ranges from the very good to the sublime.
You're falling forward.
It's Antonio's fallen forward. Again, the fight with gravity is a struggle. The free kick, that's a huge distance on that. So taken quickly by Ramos.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Keep that mark, guys.
All the way dead, so all the way back they come. Mistake by the French fullback.
Yeah, Scotland have got to get moving here. By that first 10 minutes where they showed arguably some of the best rugby we've seen in these 3 warm-up games for the World Cup. We've not seen them at their best, and with a 17-point deficit.
Keep your weight.
Still plenty of time. We saw them overturn an 18-point deficit
last
week, but certainly they've got to get some points on the board pretty quickly.
Yeah, thank you.
He's going to step back again. Sorry. Let's go.
George Turner chatting away to Nick Berry. It's just the atmosphere's fallen away. I think the French crowd happy that it's all going their way.
Set!
Going down again, but away comes the ball. And Russell hit by Villiers, and then where is that kick going? It's going right into the corner.
Yeah, good play by Villiers there. See that shape so often by Scotland. The ball straight to Tuipulotu. Hugo and Short and Finn Russell with the wraparound, but the ball's in the air just that bit too long.
We've got men everywhere here. If you want to go quick, I need a straight line, please.
Gavin Bailey does a great job to spot the play initially and then move off the pass and making a collision. Stops the play dead at first phase.
Yeah, don't do that, guys. That's fine. Jump across, I'll do that. Wait.
Late to arrive is Jamie Ritchie. Scotland challenge, but to no avail as Woki takes it down. And then Dupont asking Aldrit to do, as he's done so many times before, and take that in.
Yeah, keep coming. Use it. Hold there, hold there. Use, please!
Just entered a lull in the game.
Just keep going when you're on that side. Thanks.
Dupont. Again, it just seems a sort of effortless distance he finds.
Here they come. Don't close the gap.
Free kick. Antonio was closing the gap. He was right in and Schoeman as Scotland wanted to take that line out quickly.
Yeah.
Scotland want the line out
Look,
again.
they've got a straight line. Don't close that gap. They want to go quick.
I'm sure that's so frequently when Gregor Turns on first got the Scotland job. These tempo lineouts they're called, where you run back, especially off a retreating kick, like run back, element of surprise, lack of time to get organised, lack of time to count defensive numbers. And then you end up chasing your tails a little bit and you don't get into your defensive structures. But France has seen it coming and Antonio quite cleverly stepped across the line.
Juggle from Ali Price, but then there is Van der Merwe, this time holding onto the ball and making a dent. And Russell, decides to run over and Tamak, but then
that white
knocked
one was
on
back.
by Scotland, and Donty kicks away that advantage. Van der Merwe under pressure, and Antoine Dupont, and the crowd enjoyed that.
Okay, we're live. We're playing.
France take it quickly. Antonio crashing in. France looking to play with the tempo now. Bourgarit, replacement hooker. Antoine Dupont is away again. Having a wrestle with Rory Darge. Fickou now. Schoeman scrags the centre. And France threatening once more. Cameron Woki. There again for Dupont. Just that little pause and then Ulrich. Well met by Darge, but France getting closer still. Scotland, though, have the penalty. Great
Six
defence.
is good. You've gone straight off your feet. Six is good.
Oh, dear. Just
no, you've gone straight
Tamak.
off your feet. He's entitled to contest that. Yeah, he'll check it if there's anything clear.
Well, Finn Russell saying head on head, his head. And then Tamak's in trouble. And the kick, there's nobody there. And out it goes. Touch inside the French 22. Well, a lot of things to have a look at here, but first of all,
off anyway.
Talked about the concern with Cyril Bay. Here's the possible head-on-head.
Yeah, I think they could go back and take the penalty there. I don't think there's any more.
There's no foul play there.
Well, Finn Russell still saying head-on-head. It wasn't, from that one replay, wasn't so clear. And Tamak is going off now, coming back on Louis Biel-Biarré, who made such an impact in his debut last week at Murrayfield, along with Emilien Gailleton, the two 20-year-olds.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Oh, he's moving off. I mean, it doesn't look too bad for Ntamak, but again, we're not that far away. Scotland, McInally is on at hooker, and there is Horn and Scotland making some ground here. Van der Merwe. Oh, and piling in McInally as well. France have the penalty this time.
He's released. Got back on. 11 wide on his feet. He's released and got on the ball.
Villiers doing the good work.
He's so good in that position. I think there's expectation, certainly playing sevens, that every man across the team is going to be good over ball. Doesn't always translate to the 15-a-side game, given the numbers involved and the weight coming through rucks, but he's definitely transferred that.
Yeah, this first test for 17 months for Gabin Villiers. He's had no end of problems with his ankle, his left ankle, but he is, if he's fit, the first choice on that left wing.
Yeah, keep him with you, yeah.
Demortier has made it his own in his absence, but you see what he does.
Stay on the line,
Just another point of difference, but you see across the French back line, so many of the forwards do, but actually Fickou, Dante,
oh, Richie
I know they all do it.
Getting to that one. Tuipulotu. Again, so far in the summer, haven't been able to see Tuipulotu and Jones combining as they have in the past. Scotland under pressure again. Kinghorn.
Now you pulled out of that.
There's Rory Sutherland on the field as well as Russell sends it high and just kept in by Ramos.
Hold White! Wait!
So all the French players who are offside being
Okay,
told
now
to
you're
wait.
on. No, he's
Now
run
they're
5.
onside. Little basketball pass over the top of forwards, beyond Van der Merwe.
It's been touched, guys. It's gone forward.
Scotland just forcing things just that bit too much at the moment. Andrew unable to get through. Multi-phase rugby, forcing the offload, chasing the game. There's still 23 minutes left.
Well, as Aldrich gets some treatment, I'll remind you of games coming up next weekend on Prime. Wales against South Africa at the Principality Stadium. That is 2:55. And then at the Aviva, Ireland against England.
Nice and steady, okay? Go along with your
5:10.
Keep your elbow up.
France's next test is against Fiji. Fiji, who are in a group of Wales and Australia, and then Italy against Romania at 5:20.
Fine.
Scotland not playing next weekend. They have a weekend off before they play Georgia.
And you guys are going head on head, okay? Go to the left, please. I don't want to see head on head. Do it again. And you guys take the space that you need, okay? You're cramped up. Yeah. Go to the left of him, please.
Let's go then. Hey, let's go. Let's go. One. Nice goal. Second. Here we come. Cheers. 5-5, that's perfect. So. Second.
Crouch. Fine. Set. Steady.
Solid
okay,
scrum.
Use it.
Aldrich holds it at the back with his toes, and Dupont comes away. And Aldrich
advantage, what knock on?
with a fumble. Chance then for Scotland to counter.
It's knock on advantage over.
Steyn has not had many touches since his early try. Scotland desperate to find the next score. Tuipulotu gives it on to Van der Merwe, who's been a frustrated figure out there this evening. There for George Horn.
Backwards.
Spill backwards from Darge. Russell is there. Thibaut Flamel flings him to the ground. Tuipulotu. You see the pressure coming in from the French defence. Dempsey tries to get Scotland moving forward again. Does well, but France getting over that ball. Still there for Scotland. Russell just pokes it through. Opportunity for Jones to try and run onto this one. Just misses his mind, and Ramos. Van der Merwe with tiring work in the warm evening in Saint-Etienne as Russell.
No, that's fine.
Sees a bit of space, directs it well. Look at that, 43 metres or so, not far away from the 50-22. He's working hard.
Interesting, looking at the way France are defending now. We saw in the second half, last week in the first half, this evening that Scotland were going to try and play with more width, play the ball at the back, and you're seeing France's ability to adapt in defence. They keep coming forward now. They're not offering that same space. They're coming through off the path, these balls at the back, putting Finn Russell to thwart under pressure.
You just come through.
Scotland just overplaying just that little bit too much. I like Jack Dempsey. They took the ball and we just went forward.
Okay.
The biggest players have got to start making dents before they try and play with that little bit more width.
Well, France are taking some dents to their players this evening. That's Jean-Baptiste Gros, who's on as a replacement at loosehead for Cyril Bay.
Dicko just holding at the front, mate.
So the more worrying injuries we've seen for France, Romain Tamac and Cyril Bay.
We're not going. We're going to wait for the water to get off.
Two big figures for France.
Dicko, are we outside here?
There's Chalereau and Sekou Makalu waiting to come on.
No, you're outside, guys. Blue, just step off a sec. Okay, time on.
Pierre Bourgarit goes to Cameron Woki. Aldrich decides to play scrum half there. That's a mighty kick. Steyn takes it well. Kinghorn. Just a little bit too far and taken by Ramos.
Playing advantage.
And loses it in the tackle.
Knock on advantage over.
Now Russell looking for options. Duhan van der Merwe comes inside.
Tackle!
There's Javan Sebastian who's on the field as well. Horn and Darge, and then Kinghorn shifts it out, and Hugh Jones tries to find a way around Donty. And then Donty getting over that, but he's off his feet, and Horn comes in again. It just slows for a moment though. Sutherland.
There's a better variety from Scotland.
Good hit by Aldred and
still in.
McAnally. Sebastian into Dupont.
Tackle!
I'm not sure Dupont didn't get the better of it. Russell, again, tiring work here. Chance perhaps. Hugh Jones stepping his way. Has support. Oh, didn't give it. Jones sliding.
No!
Still there, just for Scotland. Ball comes out. Try for Van der Merwe. Scotland do have the try. My goodness, everybody's feeling the pace of the game now, but
you passed, or?
I think Duan van der Merwe's feeling a little bit more.
Okay.
It's a great pass, it's a great break. The game was opening up there. You see, this is the way Scotland want to play, picking off tired defenders. They'll always back their fitness, and they have to. Could, maybe not, Hugh Jones have given that pass, but this awareness here by Samson. Duan van der Merwe's caught. Look at the space. The French defenders will always gravitate back towards that ball. Great awareness to actually know that the pass was out there.
Thanks, mate.
The space was out there, and a great finish. Scotland really needed that.
Oh, there is Van der Merwe calling for it. As he did, what, 3 years ago in Paris, 2 years ago in Paris, when he scored in the corner to beat France. But again, he was just looking uneasy after scoring. There's a lot of strapping, a lot of tape on his leg. Jonathan Donty's feeling an injury as well.
Okay, all right.
And Russell tries to bring it round, but a little bit too much.
Okay.
Still important for the psychology of the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. Important thing for now. Scotland, the difference 12? There, they managed to actually combine the tempo and width with accuracy. They kept the ball alive, retained possession, and then managed to pick off tired French defenders in the wide channels.
Oh yes, and Sam Skinner with the pass coming on. There's a Flamand is off for France. There is Sekou Makalou. It's all a little bit quiet around the Stade Geoffroy Guichard. Cauldron has ceased to bubble with that Scottish score. Dempsey's had a good game.
Step
for Scotland.
You'd have to think he's nailed down that starting berth at number 8. There wasn't any doubt. Obviously, Matt Ferguson can play there and played so well there, but Jack Dempsey's been superb in these warm-up matches.
Not far away from being forward, that pass from Ramos to Gabin Villiers.
Tackle! No, it's not out. Don't pull him. Tackle!
See Skinner and Bayliss is on as well in the Scottish back row. Oh, Richie Gray.
Up, Blue.
Scotland have it again. Hugh Jones, as he sent that out on the full. He has indeed. Big mistake. Hands on head. And Tamak and Donty off being patched up as well.
I think Scotland would like that ball in hand there, especially looking at the body shapes, looking at the body language. Yes, everyone's tired out there. You'd have to say Scotland are growing, or certainly feeling the heat slightly less as the game goes on. 3 matches into their World Cup warm-up games.
I'll get them for you.
Like you said at the start of the programme, a lot of these guys playing for France in their first match. Scotland's challenge now is to try and keep this ball in play and combine it with the accuracy we saw in the last try.
It's okay, you've got 5.
Richie
It's
Gray
5
heading
on 5.
off. And Scotland will reduce that squad from 37 to the final 33 on Wednesday. Bourgarit holds it at the back here.
Stop once! Okay, use!
Told to use that ball now, so Bourgarit comes away.
Tackle!
Chalereau. And Dupont's still there.
Tackle now! Need a ground! Tackle, release! Stay!
This is what France did so well last week. Very physical in and around the ruck area. Great ball retention.
He's got nothing to do with that tackle.
It's the commentator's curse. Nothing to do with the tackle. Took him out.
13 white.
They have been impressed with Scotland's ability from majority of this game to actually stay in the tackle, stay in the collision. We heard a lot of talk of that last week. Time in the tackle. How can we impact speed of ball? Big challenge for these games against France, but also with a view to what's round the corner and the physical challenge in particular that Scotland will have to meet head on against South Africa and Ireland in their pool at the World Cup.
There's Gal Ficou, who was infringing that time. Boudillon with another good carry.
Stop. Subs.
You see France have Francois Cross to come back from his injury.
Time is off. Subs. Wait.
The World Cup is just going to come a little bit too soon for Anthony Gillot, you would suspect.
Hey guys, time's off. We got subs.
So Aldrit is going off.
You're off. You're subs. Yeah.
Oh, given the bad news by the referee.
How many guys?
What do you want from me? I want you to get off the pitch.
Okay, 5.
He's another one. We spoke earlier about Marchand, Dante, Ficou. These guys that seem to very rarely have poor game, and he's right at the top of that list for me. Mr. Consistent, plays every week, 80 minutes, whether it's for La Rochelle, the Champions Cup, or France and the Six Nations, consistently churns out quality performances.
Scotland makes some ground with them all. Florian Varag is the man, the last man. I want to think, oh, risky. Villiers was going in looking for it, but now a chance as Kinghorn gives it to Steyn. And perhaps there is something more for Scotland. Owen Russell nearly through, offloads beautifully. And Scotland arriving quickly and in number. The ball was out though. France disrupting well. Hugh Jones there to try and skip his way through the defence.
Missed it.
Sutherland.
Tackle!
Met by Boudillon. Oh, nearly through. Scotland are starting to have an impact. McAloo getting over it, but it's a penalty advantage to Scotland. Olivo leaves it.
Ruck was formed, okay? Let him run!
Oh, and Scotland run quickly with it. McInally, 2 metres short. Try for Scotland. And it's Rory Darge getting over.
All came from that play. The sliding Finn Russell pass that tempted Gavin Villiers in. He's got so many right today. He got it just wrong. The ball glided in front of him. Gave Scotland access.
Yeah, we played it again.
And then they play. Look at that. The quick tap. Finn Russell senses the momentum of the game. We've heard him shouting in the background. Quick tap. Let's go. There's tired bodies.
No.
France not able to regroup. It's good tempo, good accuracy. Really taking the game by the scruff, and Finn Russell is one of the leaders.
Sorry, mate.
Taking charge of it. Gregor Towns will be delighted with that.
About head contact.
Don't want to tempt fate, but are Scotland looking a little bit fitter in the finish of this match here? We talked about how a lot of these players for France will be they'll have been doing training, but as Yannick Nyanga was talking about at half-time, Russell with a conversion, there's a difference between training fitness and match fitness, and Scotland are just a little bit further down the line in terms of the number of matches they played in this summer series.
Yeah, the coaches and fitness staff, the players will have an idea or a plan of how many minutes they want to play to get that match sharp, but Scotland certainly seem to be coming back in matches. The question mark would be, why are they dropping off for sustained spells or conceding 17 points in a row in this game?
Maxime Lucu comes on as Dupont goes off. And Sutherland with a carry. And Javan Sebastian as well.
Let's take him back!
Taken back into the 22. So not going for touch. Good take. And Ramos looking assured at full back again. There is Maxime Lucu. Big final 10 minutes to come as the mistake is made. And France have just made a few more mistakes in this. The last 15 minutes. But again, you can almost feel the fatigue coming off the players here, and that's where mistakes are made, and that's when gaps appear.
With the line speeds dropping from a French point of view, they're not coming forward with the same aggressive line speed we saw 10-15 minutes ago.
It's your man on top of it.
There's Russell, thinks he can find the space, but finds only Pano, dangerous. Now Olivon's there, Gabin Villiers alongside, Villiers nearly away. Great tackle by Steyn, but back on his feet. Villiers still going, Gabin Villiers, oh! What a tackle coming in from Ollie Smith.
Wow. This is lung-busting stuff, this is end-to-end stuff. That will really please. You see Olivon again, who's been superb, but this guy's been sensational. He gets back on his feet. Ollie Smith, will this cement his place on that plane to France in a few weeks' time? Big intervention at a big time of the game.
Oh, it's entertaining stuff.
5 metres out.
Now, a former Sevens specialist. There are a few fitter players than the Sevens players. Javen Sebastian down now receiving treatment.
Is he gonna keep going?
Scotland might have to roll out old man Nell again. The 37-year-old thought his work was done. Here are a few numbers for you.
No, it's
679 metres made by Scotland.
Okay, and then go forward on both sides, yeah?
It's just a contrast of styles. Yes, France would want more ball, but
we good?
There's an argument for both cases. France electing to have less ball, you could argue. They want to force error, force pressure, force ill-discipline by defending, and they're very good over ball. Their structures are there, and they've got the physical players and the technique to force those errors. Where Scotland's approach is, we want the ball. Yes, the defence, second best in the Six Nations, but a real attacking mindset that's gone hand in hand with Gregor Townsend's tenure with the Scotland side.
Okay, boys, here we go.
Well, after that tackle by Ollie Smith and Gabin Villiers, it is Scotland's ball, but
yeah, just hit and hold, okay? Wait
look
for the
at where the scrum
keep that break foot on.
is taking place.
Okay, time back on.
All the players will have been grateful for the break there.
Keep your weight, keep your feet up underneath, yeah? Crouch! Bind! Set!
How low Scotland got in the front row there on Antonio. Sutherland doing well.
Tackle! Stay.
France keep the pressure on. Sam Skinner with the carry.
Use that, please.
Horn told to use it. Deep to Russell. Just gets it away beyond Macalou, but here is Gabin Villiers again. Well, it's not, rather, it's Biel Biarré, the two red scrum caps combining, and there is Villiers.
Tackle, release!
Maxime Lucu.
Touched!
Touched and taken now by Ollie Smith. Racing back for this is Louis Biel Biarré, dangerous. Man on the wing or at full-back.
Just hold wide!
Running onto this now, Russell. Showing his fitness in this game. Oh, straight into Chaleurot. But got the offload away to Sebastian, who seems to be firing fit again. Jamie Ritchie. Scotland certainly seem to have some energy. 8 minutes to go. Kinghorn nearly through. Burgery clinging on for dear life. Look at the ground made. Horn, Steyn perhaps just in front of him. Kyle Steyn onto it. Kyle Steyn in for the try. Well, he started the scoring.
Give me time, Tommy.
He's drawn Scotland level.
Yeah.
And again, Saint-Etienne falls near enough silent. What a comeback.
Yeah, we're getting used to saying that, Andrew. 18 points behind last week. 17 this week. They've shown they can do it. George Horn with the deftest grubber in behind. Is he in? It's a great finish. But credit, if you go back a few phases, Blair Kinghorn spots Uno Antonio in the middle of the pitch. Creates a mismatch. We saw Antoine Dupont do it in the first half. Turns a 3v3 into a 3v2 because you make a player double defend.
If Blue have got subs, just make them now.
Yeah, very next phase, because of that dent, Thomas Ramos, I'm getting excited. Thomas Ramos is in the front line. He can't cover the chip. And Horn spots that and puts the ball in behind.
We are not worried, it says. That's, again, 5 years at university for just that moment. Well, a conversion attempt to put Scotland in front. Tightest of angles. He'd drawn it too much across the face of the post, so tied up in Saint-Etienne. But worried faces from players and fans, not those fans. 4 tries. Do we give out bonus points in the summary? We should. Bonus point try, 4 tries to 3. Dempsey, big game from Jack Dempsey.
Yeah, very strong. It carries so well from this exact position.
Oh, sorry, mate.
I like that from Blair King. Going, no nonsense. 27-all. Let's get the ball down there. See what you've got, France.
Keep coming wide.
Return by Biarré, and he makes the charge. Good offload by Smith under pressure. And then a huge hoof again. This time it's Ramos back on his own. Just over 5 minutes remaining in this game. This wonderful game.
And that's what you want. A 50-metre clearance when you get into that kick tennis. Who's going to produce a moment of real quality? That man, Thomas Ramos. 50-metre nudge. Turns a nothing kick battle into now the pressure is very much back on Scotland to exit with accuracy.
5. Thank. Yeah, 5. White. Thank. Drop.
Just doing a quick number count there, the referee on the line out.
Come
Scotland,
on, Blue,
you're not allowed
let's
to do this,
go.
you're not allowed to
I'll
have
give
a
you chance to
gathering.
mark up.
McInally, big line out here. And taken so easily by France there, stolen. And now a chance to steal this game. They thought they had it, Scotland coming roaring back. But now France on the front foot. Bastien Chalereau.
Tackle! Release!
Oh, and was it taken? It was just beyond Antonio. Russell came in.
Yeah, he went for the big play, went for the intercept. The ball was in the air a long time.
Oh, now Russell.
Well, no advantage in that, always going backwards. Play the white knock on.
He's definitely smiling on the floor, we know that.
William Servat, Toulouse in France now, part of the coaching setup.
Yes. Can you check break foot? Yeah, I thought the last one was okay. You want me to check again?
Was the intercept.
Okay.
He's a brave man, Finn Russell. That was like heading into the heart of darkness.
There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity there. I'm not sure where that falls on that scale.
Okay, guys, we'll get going. Water off, please.
You've got a human fridge running down your channel.
No, I think you're outside. Water off, guys. We'll
Gregor
go.
Townsend was slightly nervous as Finn Russell decided to accelerate into the intercept channel.
Just trying to remember draws between these two sides in the past. There was one in the
Really nice
1987 World Cup.
Okay, same
First
again.
World Cup. Scotland
You were 20, Andrew.
I was in my early 40s.
To the left of that, thank you.
That was a great game. You will not remember that, John.
Remember, keep that break foot up there. Thank you. You too. Yep.
That's
Time on.
a good memory. I think. 3.5 minutes.
Crouch!
Regular time remaining.
Fine!
There's still a game to be won here.
Jumped it there. Jumped it. Yeah, both a bit of movement here. Let's go again. Time off.
I'd love to know what they're talking about.
Okay, keep your
Are they
foot
going to
there.
go conservative? Are they going to try and exit, or are they going to try and force a penalty to exit? I'd say they're probably not going conservative.
I think he was saying, did you see me run into Antonio just a moment ago? What do you think of that?
Could be in the highlight reel. Be a decent highlight reel, to be fair.
Time on. Watch. Fine. 6.
Decision, oh, big decision, penalty to France.
Loose head's going straight to ground.
Rory Sutherland,
straight to ground.
the referee says, has gone straight to ground. And a game of unending interest and creativity and tries may be settled with a straightforward penalty for Toma Ramos.
Shot. Yeah, your loose head's just collapsed, going straight to ground there.
Well, that's Javen Sebastian.
It's not
the
one before
referee saying loose head, so the Rory Sutherland.
I am happy.
Scrums have actually been very stable in the second half. Bit of a mess in the first half, but we'll see it here. Sutherland, you see, straight to his knees. Can't have too many complaints there. Maybe slightly too long, feet too far back. Didn't paint a particularly good picture for Nick Berry there, unfortunately.
It's a kick, possibly, probably, to win this match. There will be time to restart after it. And yes, you want to win the matches, but I think Scotland will take a huge amount of encouragement from the way they've played in much of this game. But Ramos for the lead. Sends it through, of course he does. And Scotland will try and find something from this restart. All about the restart. As the stellar figures watch on, rather dazed and confused by what's happened in the last 20 minutes, but niggles and injuries to concern themselves with as well. Little dink restart from Russell.
Back off blue.
And it does come back to Finn Russell now. Quickly taken by Pino. Regathers that ball, slips it away to his captain. And Ritchie.
Tackle, release!
France told to release. Scotland looking perhaps for a penalty to draw this game, but French defence now seems to have new energy. And Scotland being shifted back, all the way back. Good take by Sebastian.
Backwards.
Quick hands, making the best of that. So is there something here for Kinghorn up to halfway? Over the top, and this might work well as the French defence flies up. Ollie Smith, advantage to Scotland. Tackle off the ball. So Scotland will have a chance to stick this into the corner, probably out of kicking range.
Got penalty advantage.
And they'll come back for that penalty now. Is that Rory Sutherland down injured?
What, 13?
So Gael Fickou committing the sin. And,
Time's off.
Olivon getting some treatment as well.
Yeah, he did very well there. Olivon to keep up with. Kinghorn, who looks so dangerous in those wide channels, really adds.
We've got two men down.
Injection speed. This doesn't look great for Rory Sutherland, though. It's very uncomfortable.
6-man battle. Time off, mister. We're happy with just the penalty here. Okay, no worries. We got time. We got two players down here.
Again, it's taken its toll, although Olivon.
Not getting a replay on the screen.
Back up and fine.
Okay. Righto. Yeah, it's a tackle without the ball.
So Rory Sutherland down.
He doesn't have the ball. He doesn't have the ball. You can't tackle him. Yeah, you've got time. No, we're happy with just a penalty.
Sitting back out the way.
Yeah, he has checked it.
Now, you'll know more about injuries and what they look like, the signs of injuries. I don't want to give it your best guess, but I wonder if he's maybe just winded in the tackle here, because it's Fickou just nailed him in the back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's good to see him singing. He looked like he was in a lot of discomfort. Yeah, hoping that's just the wind knocked out of you.
Yeah, mate.
Sounds as if it's coming back to him. It's like a deflated ball of the first
Water
half.
off.
That's what their lungs will feel like now, I reckon.
Yeah, we'll get them off as well.
No, it was the second half, the deflated ball, wasn't it? I've forgotten about it. It was just such an exciting moment. Again, a man in his career who's had many injuries, serious injuries, unattached at the moment after, he was at Worcester and then Ulster, and then they've got Stephen Kitsoff coming in, so they're filling their complement of non-Irish players.
Okay, time back on.
So, how much of the touchline will Finn Russell try and bite off here? Steals a couple of yards on the gathering, and just to the 22 they go. So now Scotland are thinking,
you guys take
tries
the
a
line.
long shot, penalty, drop goal perhaps, but they have to secure this ball at the line out first of all. France will challenge hard on this one, I'm sure.
Yeah, Scotland's last line, it was a missed call, a miscommunication. No one jumped from the Scottish side.
Okay.
Well, no Richie Gray in there to provide his height and his presence. Oh, and Scotland just get it down. Good contest, Olivo, and it's been lost forward, and the game with it has gone from Scotland's grasp.
That's time.
That is time up. Game over.
That was a good contest, and then Blues knocked that ball on.
And with that line out, France win it just in Saint-Etienne. But, well, much for Scotland to be encouraged by. They would love to have come storming back to take that win, John.
And they absolutely would have, and they were certainly in the game when we thought the game was dead and buried. But you're right, there's so many positives in there, some real positive performances from their key players. Some people on the fringe coming through and putting their hands up for selection on the bench. So a very established squad, lots of good, still some improvements to be done, and they'll be very aware of that given what lies around the corner. But lots of positives, not too many injuries, very good.
And they've outscored France by 4 tries to 3. There was that lull in the second half. France were racing away with it, but tries for Scotland: Kyle Steyn, Van der Merwe, Rory Darge, Steyn with a second, and Tamak, Damien Penaud and Charles Olivon. France take the victory only just, but Scotland move on with some encouragement. It's finished in Saint-Etienne. France 30, Scotland 27.
He bulleted that pass, 20.4 meters.
Gradually reduce grey is the easiest way. With Control GX Grey Reducing Shampoo. Reduce a little grey every time you wash for subtle looking results. Control GX from Just for Men.
You know those times when you're not drinking, but you really fancy a lovely, cold, smooth Guinness? Well, guess what? Guinness Zero. We've taken the alcohol out, but left the Guinness in.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this?
Don't you wish your phone could flex